The Hurricanes took Game 5 by score 4-2. They lead the series 3-2. They have a chance to hoist the cup on Sunday. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR with pregame set for 7:30. The NBA Final continues tomorrow night. Tip-off set for 8:30. The Knicks, they can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. Again, tip-off set for 8:30 tomorrow night. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa, and South Korea beat Czechia. Tonight, USA will take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation, and they signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons. Looking around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler said that the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with a knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. And the Broncos coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix, who's been dealing with an ankle injury, took some walkthrough reps yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Happy Friday. Fry-yay. People say that?
Some. I don't.
I don't.
But
I mean,
if you want to start doing it, I mean,
you'd advise against it. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing
you can do whatever you want. You can start running. You can run with it if you want.
I feel like
make it your thing every Friday morning. Start the show with Fry-yay. You got to put some enthusiasm into it, though. I think if you're going to do that,
I don't think I can do it.
That's what the Open's titled.
Is it?
Is it?
Because the kid in the beginning goes, "Happy Friday, everyone."
Oh, okay, there you go. That guy says it. All right.
Well, the kid said, how old's the kid?
I don't know. Had to have been about 10 to 12 years old.
All right. 10 to 12.
Sure.
If you want to be doing things the 10-year-olds are doing these days, you be up on the times. Go ahead.
What things do I do that 10-year-olds do? Play Nintendo Switch occasionally.
All right.
There's one.
Right, video games.
Yeah, but not that much. Not anymore. All right, good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, it's a Friday. We're going to have Bills rookie T.J. Parker on at 8 o'clock this morning, and then Odyssey insider Jamie Watson on the World Cup. Game 1 for the U.S. is tonight. I watched a good chunk of both games yesterday. Had Mexico and South Africa. South Africa got 2 red cards.
And Mexico got one as well. So you had 3 red cards in the game.
Crazy.
Yeah, but the South African guy got a red card for slapping.
He kind of punched the guy in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the kind of...
So it wasn't really in the play,
It was the kind of punch in the face that fools every hockey official ever. And they're like, oh, it's just a natural motion.
Right.
And in the World Cup, there's like, you punched him in the face.
Like, no, we saw that.
Right.
And then we will review it, and then we will, take it away from you.
Yep. Jordan Stahl scores again.
Yep.
And the Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights. Jordan Stahl for Conn Smythe is a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because what if you don't do that much on the score sheet on the way to the Cup final, and then in the Cup final you just score all of the goals? Are you not the most valuable player?
I think that guy wins the Conn Smythe.
I do too.
I think especially
they
because
switch goalies.
Again, here at the NHL Awards, let's play the game of the voters. Like, what are they going to be influenced by? He's doing all of it in front of them, like right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what have you done for me lately? That's going to be sitting in their minds. They're going to vote for him. Didn't O'Reilly kind of do something similar when he won the Conn Smythe?
He was
I don't remember him going into the finals as the favorite.
He was a huge long shot going into the finals.
Yeah,
and then won the Conn Smythe
because I'm assuming he had a big finals. And he scored like 4 goals or something.
I think it's going to be Jordan Stahl if they win this series. He might. Does he have to score one more? Or has he already done it? He's got 6 goals in this series.
Yeah, he might be good.
How else do you win it?
I also yesterday made a point with Andrew about, like, look at the lines he's playing against. They are doing nothing.
Yeah.
Anybody he plays against is a ghost, and he's just dominating. So I said yesterday I think he's going to win the Conn Smythe.
37-year-old Jordan Stahl. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, O'Reilly's year, he had 3 goals in his first 22 games
In the playoffs?
of that playoffs, and then he had 5 goals in the final 4 games.
And that one Conn Smythe?
And 1 Conn Smythe.
That's Jordan Stahl's playoffs.
Yeah. So I think he probably – I mean, who else would you pick on Carolina? The goalie got changed.
That's right. Stankoven was
So-
great early in the playoffs, but not in this series. He's not scored the way he did early on.
Right.
I think it should be Jordan Stahl if they
Taylor
win.
Hall hasn't really done enough in this series, I don't think, to do it.
I don't think so either. I think it's Stahl, which, hey, is what it is.
Yeah.
1 win away from a Stanley Cup title. They're second. Brandon Bussey, 40 saves in games 4 and 5. And
Tortorella was very offended that he was asked after the game about if he thought about changing goaltenders.
well, Carter Hart's given up 4
Yeah.
4 goals in every single game,
Right.
which, if we're doing a comparison, he would not have stayed in the lineup for the Sabres because Lindy made the change of Alex Lyon. Not really his fault, but that's a lot of goals. Switch.
Yeah, he got asked if he considered replacing Carter Hart with Aiden Hill. He said, "Oh, for Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard."
Wow, that's not that stupid a
That
question.
was Tortorella's. If you considered it,
yeah.
you could just say yes.
You could just say
or
no.
Sorry, you could say no.
No, I've
You
not
could've-
considered it.
You could have considered it and still said no.
That might-
because how's anyone ever going to check you on it?
Yeah, that might be the fairest question ever. The guy has given up 4 goals in every single game, and no one's ever
Right.
done that before. Have you thought about a change?
A better question is, hey, your goalie is all over the place, and he's like falling into the net, and like maybe Owen, if you notice, I've noticed a couple plays where maybe they weren't even goals, and he's like turned weird,
He's-
on the goal line. Like, ask him that. Ask your coach that.
Swimming in the net right now. He's totally lost. The first goal in game, not even last night, the other night, when he like whiffed on that poke check and it went right through him, like that to me was, oh, he's done. He looks like he's underwater. He can't figure it out.
Yeah, that's the question Tortorella should get. Your goalie's drowning. Do you think you're going to take him out?
Yeah, right.
He's like, no, if you considered changing your
Have you
goalie,
considered
dumbest question I've
throwing
ever
your
heard.
team a life raft? What?
Right.
I think the only reason Aiden Hill isn't back in there is because Bruce Cassidy's not the coach anymore. Because Bruce Cassidy won a cup with that guy.
Yeah.
And John Tortorella loves Carter Hart because he had him in Philly. I think that's the only reason he's been this stuck on Hart. I think he likes him.
Yeah, Friedman said before I saw this retweeted yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, before the playoffs, I do think one of the reasons they hired John Tortorella was his familiarity with Carter Hart.
Exactly.
It's one of the reasons they hired him.
Okay.
So yeah, he's not taking out Hart, even though he's having a horrendous series.
Maybe costing them the cup.
Yeah.
Series.
They
Like,
played
he's
well.
blowing it for them. They've
Yeah.
been playing good hockey, and he's just bleeding goals.
He gave up a goal on their first scoring chance. Scoring chances were 11-1, and it was 1-1. The first scoring chance that Carolina got went in the net, and then they kind of found their feet from there. All right.
I mean, last night
I've accepted if it's Carolina, it is. So be it.
Last night was, I believe, yes. Last night, this is incredible, I guess, on Carolina's part, but it was the first game of the playoffs where they were down in shot attempts. First one.
Yeah.
The first game of the playoffs, they lost the shot attempt battle. Like, Vegas had the puck. Vegas was getting chances. They were creating they were creating more shots than Carolina were. It still was a pretty low event game, but they were outplayed in that game, and they lost it because their goaltender couldn't. He let a puck in that was along the ice from almost the blue line on the power play. Like, you're not going to win that game when that guy's doing that.
Game 6 Sunday from Vegas. Greg in the chat writes in, Brandon Hagel should win Conn Smythe. It makes as much sense as John Cooper winning Jack Adams. We do have
Why
another.
not?
We do have another twist of the knife of John Cooper winning the Jack Adams. Another, brick in the wall of how absurd it was that he won the Jack Adams, and that's Kucherov wins the MVP. The guy who had the Vezina winner and the MVP and finished second in the division, and it's like best job of the year.
It is the only other team that had 3 guys win those 3 awards were the 77 Canadiens, and they had 132 points, 8 losses.
8 losses.
8 losses. That's the only other team that ever did that.
Man.
With 3 different people. I think Hasek actually qualifies for this. The 97 Sabres also did it. But it was one guy winning 2 awards.
Oh, right. Vezina and MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nolan won Coach of the Year.
Sure.
But, like...
That can kind of make sense. If the only good player you have is the goalie,
Yeah, right, he
then
can win both.
yes. Because the coach doesn't coach the goalie. He coaches everybody else. Like,
Right.
all right, he's going to make the saves. We got to find a way.
Right, exactly.
That's actually defendable, I think.
But to think that you had the Coach of the Year, the Vezina winner, and the Hart winner, you would think they were the greatest team that's ever existed. How would they not be?
Don't forget second Selke candidate too. Second place in the Selke.
Right.
Right.
Wow, we were close to.
They almost won the quad, as they call it in the
Give him everything.
English soccer.
Did they have a guy for the Masterton? I mean, anything. Let's create comeback player of the year and give them one of those awards. I mean, it is just getting worse. It's getting worse.
It's getting
worse.
worse.
It doesn't want to go away. The sting of Cooper winning now we must be out of awards, right? That they can win.
I found myself wondering if when the Sabres play the Lightning next year, if it's early in the year at the arena, will we have any sort of Jack Adams chant or something like that?
What could we chant?
Or are we the only people that are mad about it?
I've seen Montreal fans being like, "Really? This team won all 3 of these things?" I mean, they beat them in the playoffs, so they might feel that way.
True.
Like this team that lost to us in round one
second-
won all of these awards.
Yeah, a second place finisher that bowed out early.
I mean, I'd love to have them in the opener. Can I get Tampa at home in the opener? Would that not be perfect?
It'd be pretty great. Pretty juicy.
I've never really cared about who the Sabres open with in a regular season, but that would be juicy.
Has the NHL ever cared about who the opener is either? Or they just kind of schedule the games?
Doesn't Toronto usually open the season
Maybe.
on opening night?
I mean, the Sabres opened the season in Prague once against
Right.
the Devils.
Right.
So,
Yeah, no, I don't think they really care.
whatever works.
There's never like a marquee, hey, it's the Stanley Cup defending champions against blank. I mean, they could do that. Could they not make a tradition? Like, let's do a Stanley Cup final rematch to open every season. You could do that, or just pick the best matchup you want. You could pick Buffalo and Tampa. But no, they've never cared. So then, therefore I've never really... The only, actually, you know what? There was one opener I remember that I cared about was 07.
Because
They
it
opened
was
in Carolina.
Yeah.
They opened in Carolina.
And they won.
After Game 7 against Carolina in 06. So that happened. Was that on purpose? Maybe that was
probably on
maybe it was by
purpose.
accident. But I'd love to have Tampa round 1. We got 6 months to come up, or actually not even 6 months. Sorry, the hockey offseason's shorter now. We have 4 months to come up with a chant.
And it looks like the most high-profile former Sabre, to win it. I mean, of course, like Vegas, they've already had one, but Taylor Hall raising the cup. I've got no ill will towards Taylor Hall. I mean, he was here for a cup of coffee, scored a goal, and left. And
What about Eric Robinson?
No,
Any problem there?
No, it's fine. I don't care.
Will Carrier?
I didn't think they should have left him unprotected in the expansion draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't...
That was going all the way back to when I wanted them to leave Risto exposed, and they didn't. Right? That was a conversation. They did not leave him unexposed.
No, and did they not make a...
Or exposed, not unexposed.
I think they made a trade so that Vegas wouldn't take Ullmark.
Everybody made trades.
They think they gave Vegas a pick so they wouldn't take Ullmark.
Yeah.
Which they probably weren't going to do anyway because they took Fleury. So...
Right, looking back, that Vegas was able to convince all those teams, give us someone to not take someone.
Right.
And all these teams had no... It's honestly like every team in the league traded up in the draft, and Vegas just kept trading down and compiling assets. If you think trading down is a smart thing.
Yep.
Because, hey, we think this fourth liner is better than this fourth liner, and we'll give you a second-round pick to not take him. Or we'll give you, in the case of like Florida, we'll give you this third liner to not take the wrong fourth liner or something like that.
Right.
Anyway,
tricked them all.
we're going to get juicy rumors in today. We'll update you on Alex Tuck. There was a story from Elliot Friedman about the Team USA group text that is interesting. From 32 Thoughts, Elliot has hinted the past few weeks that Larkin may not be the only player requested trade. And on that podcast, he said, quote, "There's a lot going on out there." And they talked about the USA group chat is like these guys are talking about all getting together, or at least all sharing their experiences and, hey, who should we play for? Let's team up. Let's do something. And that might be bad news. I feel like having a guy that's in the group chat made me feel better. Isn't Tage saying, somebody come here? We were game 7 overtime of the second round.
Yeah.
If someone wants to come ride here, like, we're in good shape. Mm-hmm. So you might be a team that worries about that group chat and all these guys taking their own control of their own career, which is definitely a theme. But that the Sabres have a guy in there makes me feel a little better.
Yeah. Is he got enough pull to help land one of these guys, though?
Maybe not.
I wonder who he's close with.
Maybe not,
because we know like
pull.
Eichel and Larkin are close. We know the Kachucks and the Hughes are brothers. So like, there's going to be relationships in there already. Tage, like, I'd want to see like who he crossed over with at the development program, because that's like, I think that's where Larkin and Eichel, like, being close comes from. Like, they were there together for maybe all of it, and like Tage doesn't cross over with Larkin. I think he gets there the year after. I think they're 1 year apart. So I would almost want to go into like, is maybe Brady Tkachuk would actually be someone that he would have crossed over with, or even Werenski. So I'd want to know that first, because that's, if you're in the same age group, those are probably the guys you're closest with.
Yeah.
Like Tage and Eichel never played the development program. They hardly played together with the Sabres. So like, I'm not sure how close they would have been, and they're in the same group chat.
I get the sense that the group was close, just whoever they are, though.
Yeah.
Because the way that Eichel talked about them winning after the tournament, about how close they all were.
Yep.
So, we'll see. We'll see. There was also an update on Dylan Larkin, and why he wants to be moved.
Yep.
And the expanding list, and I favored this. I made a point to like pull this out a little bit later, because I think it's always standard or easy to criticize the player for wanting to get out, and you'll see a lot of that energy. Like, oh, yeah, you're quitting. Mm-hmm. But also from the 32 Thoughts, that same episode with Elliott, he heard different teams Larkin would be willing to go to, but doesn't discredit the initial report, Tampa and Dallas. But he thinks some teams have sent in offers. But he said the relationship between Larkin and the Red Wings fell apart from missing the playoffs, all the losing. And then to me, this is the key here, because they're kind of close, right? They've been in playoff spots and they've faltered, and he's been a part of a team that has faltered. And is it a quote that he said something about if I had more depth, if we had more players? I don't think it's
that
a
was
quote.
a report.
A report. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, in this from Elliott, it's that Larkin had been really disappointed / upset that they did not add at the deadlines or in the summer. And if you feel like you're the captain of the team going to try to make the playoffs, end the drought, they have the new long drought, and the GM is not doing enough, that would just be your last straw. Maybe it's been multiple seasons of, are we going to add at the deadline? Are we going to try and do this? I watch other teams make moves. I watch other teams add pieces. And Elliott even mentioned losing Gostisbehere and Perron as two specific examples of the Red Wings just not doing the right things. And I know we all like to make a separation between like management and players, and it's not Dylan Larkin's team to run. But who else holds GMs accountable? There are basically two people that can do it. The owner or players on the team can say, you're not doing a good enough job. So I tend to have a soft spot / blind spot. I will defend players that think their GM's a chump. Like, why am I working for you? You're not doing a good enough job. So I'm going to get out of here. Send me somewhere else. So,
right.
Anyway.
Yeah, it was about the deadline and those specific players, which made me think immediately about Tuck. And like, the Sabres are not on the list, and I'm not sure that I'm even expecting that they will see something that says like, oh, he would come here. But if one of his problems is, hey, they let my third liners go and didn't replace them, and I didn't appreciate that in terms of our effort trying to win, is he going to feel like this team that is like, yeah, we're going to let our first line right winger go? Is that going to appeal to him?
Well, if he's the guy that replaces him.
Because that's a bigger level of losing a guy and letting someone go than Gostisbehere or Perron. So I wonder if he would look at that situation and say, yeah, I don't know how seriously they take it. I'm not sure. they're going to sell me on what? The 19-year-old that's coming up?
Right.
And, like, that's why I should come here?
Right.
Doesn't that kind of feel like where I've been? That might feel like what Yzerman's been selling you. So I still don't know what to think about what the Sabres' reputation is amongst these players. Like, maybe he would understand it. Maybe he would think, maybe he's close enough with Tage. He would text Tage and be like, oh, what's it like over there? And, all right, yeah, they're serious about it, and the new GM is serious about it, even if he lets Tuck go. Like, all right, you were in the second round. Everything else is working there. I'm getting plugged into that group, which you would think would only make them better. Like, I think it's possible he could look at this place and be okay with it, but I'm not surprised at all that. I mean, Anaheim's been mentioned by Friedman. Like, that he heard Anaheim. Utah, Jeff Merrick said he had heard that Utah was someone that he might be thinking about. The list that was 3 is suddenly, like, almost 10, I feel like. And we have not heard the Sabres mentioned one time.
Not yet, not once. But the fact that there could be an expanded list.
Yeah, at all. Like, that's good news. And there had to be. Those 3 teams, other than maybe Minnesota, just were not going to be able to offer much for what Adam Gretz wrote at Bleacher Report yesterday about how, like, the 3 teams he picked could not be more terrible matches for the Red Wings. Like, Detroit, like, doing a deal with Minnesota and more so Florida and Vegas just, like, offers them nothing that they would really be looking for.
Yeah.
So the list probably had to grow.
803-0550 if you want to chime in on this, some Bills, some Sabres, some U.S. men's soccer. They'll be taking on Paraguay tonight at 9 o'clock.
Did we ever figure it out? Paraguay?
I'll look into it. Mike in the car. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, I've always thought that the hockey referees that they are probably the worst referees in all of sports. Watching the inconsistencies, putting the whistle away in the third period in a close game. What's a penalty in the first period isn't a penalty in the third period. But I tell you, watching these finals, I've never seen better refereeing. I mean, every game, there's no controversies. He missed the call. I mean, last night Eichel, pulls that guy down on a hook, and almost every other season they wouldn't have called that because Vegas is down and it's a close game, and no, we're going to let that go. But I just wanted to give a shout out. I think it's that the referees in the finals this year have never been better. I've never seen. I mean, I've been watching hockey for 60 years. And I've never seen better refereeing in a finals in hockey. And I think it's amazing.
Yeah, they have been calling more. They've been calling more in these playoffs, I think.
From start to finish.
Yeah, like
Connor Timmins in the first round.
Right.
It's the playoffs. What are we doing? Yeah, they are calling more.
Right. We experienced that through 2 whole rounds, really. So I don't know if that was a directive from the league. I think it probably must have been. Or even like how much of an increase it really has been, because you can look up penalty numbers and see like how much more there actually have been. But it definitely feels like it's not just barbaric, do whatever you want, we're not calling anything. Like that McNabb check into the wall last night, which was like in a regular season game, you might think that'd get like a 5-minute boarding penalty. Like I feel like they've been past playoffs where that doesn't get called at all.
Well, it didn't get called earlier in the game. He got away the cross check like 5 minutes before that.
Did I miss that?
Yep.
Okay.
They showed on the broadcast.
So he had done it twice.
Yeah,
and
they showed on the
gave him
broadcast
right.
like he did it earlier. Here it is. They called on this one.
Yeah.
Without necessarily disagreeing, I have not noticed this. I would say I'm inclined to think I'm more likely to feel like you do, Mike, when I don't care who wins the series. If it's my team in the series, I'm going to remember bad calls.
Yeah.
That's how I would work. So, yeah, I don't know.
You also don't hear conversation about the referees maybe when it's not as active of a fan base.
I was just going to say Carolina and Vegas. I mean, if it was Toronto against Montreal.
Because like in the NBA
might get
finals
louder.
right now, who's more active than Knicks fans on social media or online, wherever? And it has been a non-stop complaint fest about the referees this entire series from Knicks fans.
Yep. Game
like
3.
You cannot escape it.
The head coach complained in Game 3 about or Game 2, sorry.
Right.
About the discrepancy in free throws between each side. Or maybe that was Game 3. I don't know. Game 5 in that series is tomorrow.
Yes. 8:30 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Which means NBA Saturday, NHL Sunday. Your weekend is chock full. And tonight, U.S. men's soccer team.
That was good. That was nice of them to clear out for the so everyone can watch the U.S. tonight.
Mexico wins.
And look good.
South Korea wins.
I can't believe they didn't win by like 7.
I mean,
Mexico in that
they
game.
probably should have.
Yeah.
It was utter domination from start to finish for Mexico.
Ochoa, by the way, still on Mexico?
Yes.
He didn't play. Like, how is that? I'm like, is that Ochoa? Watch that guy in like 2006.
It's his 6th World Cup.
6th World Cup.
6th.
So actually, is that before 06 then? Or maybe
24
06?
years ago.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah. 6 World Cups.
Yeah.
803-0550. All right, we got lots to get to today. We'll get to juicy rumors. We'll check in on our out-of-tuck meter and much, much more. TJ Parker, Bills rookie, joins us at 8 o'clock here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Truck. Greg in the chat writes in, Brandon Hagel should win Conn Smythe. It makes as much sense as John Cooper winning Jack Adams. We do have another twist of the knife of John Cooper winning the Jack Adams. Another brick in the wall of how absurd it was that he won the Jack Adams, and that's Kucherov wins the MVP. The guy who had the Vezina winner and the MVP and finished second in the division. And it's like, best job of the year.
It is the only other team that had 3 guys win those 3 awards were the 77 Canadiens, and they had 132 points, 8 losses.
8 losses.
8 losses. That's the only other team that ever did that.
Man.
With 3 different people. I think Hasek actually qualifies for this. The 97 Sabres also did it. But it was one guy winning 2 awards.
Oh, right. Vezina and MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nolan won Coach of the Year.
Sure.
But, like...
That can kind of make sense. If the only good player you have is the goalie,
Yeah, right, he can
then
win both.
yes. Because the coach doesn't coach the goalie. He coaches everybody else. Like,
Right.
all right, he's going to make the saves. We got to find a way.
Right, exactly.
That's actually defendable, I think.
But to think that you had the Coach of the Year, the Vezina winner, and the Hart winner, you would think they were the greatest team that's ever existed. How would they not be?
Don't forget second Selke candidate too. Second place in the Selke.
Right. Wow, we were close to.
They almost won the quad, as they call it in the
Give him everything.
English soccer.
Did they have a guy for the Masterton? I mean, anything. Let's create comeback player of the year and give them one of those awards. I mean, it is just getting worse.
Jordan Stahl scores again.
Yeah.
And the Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights. Jordan Stahl for Conn Smythe is a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because what if you don't do that much on the score sheet on the way to the Cup final, and then in the Cup final you just score all of the goals? Are you not the most valuable player?
I think that guy wins the Conn Smythe.
I do too.
I think especially
They
because
switch goalies.
You know, again, here at the NHL Awards, let's play the game of the voters. Like, what are they going to be influenced by? He's doing all of it in front of them, like right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what have you done for me lately? That's going to be sitting in their minds. They're going to vote for him. Didn't O'Reilly kind of do something similar when he won the Conn Smythe?
He was
like, I don't remember him going into the finals as the favorite.
He was a huge long shot going into the finals.
Yeah.
And then won the Conn Smythe.
Because I'm assuming he had a big finals. And he scored like 4 goals or something.
I think it's going to be Jordan Stahl if they win this series. He might. Does he have to score one more? Or has he already done it? He's got 6 goals in this series.
Yeah. Like he might be good.
How else do you win it?
I also yesterday made a point with Andrew about, like, look at the lines he's playing against. They are doing nothing.
Yeah.
Anybody he plays against is a ghost, and he's just dominating. So I said yesterday I think he's going to win the Conn Smythe.
37-year-old Jordan Stahl. Not bad.
The Hurricanes took Game 5 by a score of 4-2. They lead the series 3-2. They have a chance to hoist the cup on Sunday. With puck drop set for 8 o'clock, you'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR. Pregame will be set for 7:30. The NBA Final continues tomorrow night. Tip set for 8:30. The Knicks, they can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. Again, 8:30 tip on Sunday. Or tomorrow night, excuse me. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa. South Korea beat Czechia. And tonight, USA will take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation and signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons. Looking around the NFL, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agree to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. Broncos coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix, dealing with the ankle injury, took some walkthrough reps yesterday. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with the knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
One win away from the Stanley Cup. Brandon Butsy and the Carolina Hurricanes take Game 5.
3-2 Carolina. They win Game 5. Head back to Vegas Sunday night, 8 p.m. A chance to win the Stanley Cup. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Some of you may be waking up from the corporate challenge. Late night, maybe for some. It was a beautiful day at Delaware Park, and big crowds there. I was out there with my with the family for a little bit. Meanwhile, we are hanging out here streaming on our YouTube channel as we do. You can, of course, tune in and watch. It's brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. Saw an article at NFL.com. It got me. It got me on a click. And it got me on the number. I want to bring it to you here. So, at NFL.com.
Which article is this going to be? Is this the Seahawks Super Bowl ring?
No, it's Matt Okada at NFL.com. The defining number for each team in 2026. Basically, just like, here's a number. For the Bengals, it's 18,764. And that's the Bengals have allowed that many yards, the most in the NFL since 2023. Pick a team. It's the Cowboys. The number is 15. Mm-hmm. And that is Dallas added 15 new faces to the defensive side of the ball.
Right.
The Giants, it's 19. In 10 years since Tom Coughlin's departure, the Giants' head coaching hires have been consistently inexperienced. John Harbaugh enters his 19th year. So there's a number for every team.
Okay.
And I wouldn't expect you to get what the Bills' number is. It's a creative article. I like the look of it.
Yeah.
But what he picks for the Bills is actually the perfect storyline / number. And I'll tell you the number, and you won't know what the number represents, but I'll get to it.
Okay.
The number is 15. And he writes, recently, the Bills' close but no cigar seasons, that includes 15 playoff games in the Josh Allen era without a Super Bowl appearance. And the second part is 5 other teams in the Josh Allen era have played double-digit postseason games.
Right.
And made the Super Bowl. So you've got 6 teams that have played 15 playoff games since Josh Allen came in the league. 6 teams have played 15 playoff or 10 plus. 5 have made a Super Bowl appearance. Mm-hmm. and then there's the Bills.
And they're at 15.
15. And he writes, entering Allen's age 30 season, it candidly feels like Super Bowl or bust for the squad. And I think that sounds all about right.
I mean, they're on how many different stats do they have
About
to their name?
not making
about not making, about being as good as they are for as long as they've been good and not making it to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of them. There's, I think, regular season wins, point differential, playoff games. Like, they're kind of an all-time team for that specific reason, right? Like, the 90s Bills are unique in that they're the only team ever that's made 4 in a row and, of course, lost all 4. This one, it's maybe gonna, if they don't make it, which, of course, I think everybody is still, was everybody confident they'll still at least make one at some point, that if they didn't, they would be unique in that way. They would be remembered for, that's the greatest team I've ever seen that didn't make it to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
And they probably already have that distinction.
He doesn't list the other 5. I think I could guess the other 5
that played
15 playoff games in the Josh Allen era and made a Super Bowl. The Chiefs, of course.
The Chiefs have done it. The Niners, I'd guess.
Yeah, the Eagles.
The Rams.
And I think the 5th one I think might be the Bucs. Because in the Josh Allen era, Tom Brady starts out and they play, a bunch of playoff games. They they win a Super Bowl.
Right.
They win a couple games. It might not be the Bucs. It might be somebody else, but I can't think of who it would be.
I'll find out the other one. But
it would not be the Ravens. They've not made it. It would not be the Bengals. I don't think they've played 15 playoff games. So I think it might be the Bucs. But anyway, 5 teams have done it, and the Bills are the only one that has not made it.
Yeah, this is just in the last 5 years, or this is since
in the Josh Allen era.
So 2018 to now. Yeah, I mean they are. I wonder also how many would even be at 15. Here you go. The list is the Chiefs, the Bills, the Rams, and the Niners and the Eagles, and the Bucs.
Okay, then we got them.
Yep,
those are them.
Yeah, the Packers and the Texans and the Patriots and the Ravens are all at 9, but those are the teams
9
that are at 10.
And the Patriots have made one.
Right.
So,
well, I mean they've never lost in the wild card round, right? It's hard. How hard is it to do that? That many playoff games in that amount of time means you have to win some of them, and to continue to lose in the same rounds. Just you don't want them to be remembered for that.
No, they have to shed what they've been. They have to.
I mean,
clear another hurdle.
Allen talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never mind the best.
There are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. Like he would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description, and. What, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl? Like,
no.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing. I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible. And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s. Especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's I think for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters,
Right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year. Very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the two teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but
right, they can't all be good. But
They can't all be good.
There are how many teams are there to feel rightfully worried? I don't want to go to worried or intimidated.
well, I think there's a lot
like,
of Bills fans that
respectful
are
of.
there's a lot of Bills fans that are never worried and never intimidated. Right? Don't you run into that a lot? And
Yeah,
the Bills
yeah.
have a little bit of this attitude now where they have to play us. Is something that I think the head coach is saying.
Right. So how
Like-
many teams are worthy of being respectful of? Like that
that could make the
team
Super Bowl?
that could make the Super Bowl in the AFC.
I think it's the Bills and the Patriots.
Okay.
Yes, the Patriots. The Chargers, the Broncos,
The Ravens?
The Ravens, maybe. I might fade the Ravens a little bit.
Really, over those other teams?
Yeah, I think so. I think I might.
Really?
I really might. I think
I think they're capable. I mean, Lamar, if he stayed healthy all year,
yeah,
I would think are capable of it.
maybe. I feel like with the Ravens, we've played the game long enough that until further notice, like let me know when they actually get to one. Is what
Couldn't they say the same thing about us? Though?
They could try to say that, but they don't. They lose to the Bills in the playoffs. So
True.
and they don't make it as far as the Bills. They have made a one AFC Championship game, and
They both
did
lose
not
to the
play well.
Chiefs, though.
That's right. That's right.
They both lose to the Chiefs.
Would I put the
So-
the Texans or the Jaguars in that conversation? I'd have a tougher time. Like I'd put the Chargers and the Bengals above the Texans and the Jaguars for me. Likelihood to make the Super Bowl. I think they're both
Well,
better.
and they will not all be good, but there are only 4 teams in the AFC that you'd be pretty confident are not going to be good. Maybe you go 5. You go
Jets, Dolphins, Raiders,
and Browns
and I bet the Raiders are going to be better but not good. Browns
and Titans. Same thing. Like they'll be better, but
Sure.
they're not going to the Super Bowl.
the Colts. I
or
pretty
beating
much.
you in
I know
playoff
what the
games.
Colts are going to be. Not going to be worried about the Colts.
Right.
Not
So
going to be
it's-
worried about.
And then, of course, you will have 4 teams that you think are good. They're like, oh, yeah, the Jags could be good this year.
Sure.
Like, I think that.
Did I say?
And, oh,
did
no,
I say
they're not.
Denver? They just extended Sean Payton, and again they
Right.
they probably make the Super Bowl if their quarterback doesn't break his ankle.
Yeah, and again, the Bills are the favorites right now of all of these teams. So, like, they're capable. And, you know, the one thing they still have not done is the 1 seed. All this time. They still have not done that. And had that easiest path, get a free playoff game at the beginning, home field, in the new stadium now, too. I mean, I just want to see them do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I wouldn't call this their best chance at it, though, because I feel like they've had better teams.
No, I'd say it's as good a chance as any, because the fact that we've seen good teams fall short and teams that we think are not that good make it, like sometimes it just breaks your way. And I don't know if this is the year. You kind of can't know if it's breaking your way until you're in it.
Yep.
But anyway, that was at NFL.com. I liked it. I liked the idea that, like, hey, there really is, if it feels like the Bills are an outlier, they kind of are. There are 6 teams that have played 15 playoff games in the Josh Allen era, and 5 have made the Super Bowl. And, of course, 4 of them are in the NFC.
Right.
That's the other thing. You kept losing to the Chiefs.
Right.
That's the team that's done it in the AFC. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. There's some juicy rumors today. Talk with Bills rookie TJ Parker coming up at 8 o'clock on this lovely, lovely Friday here on WGR. Greg in the chat writes in, Brandon Hagel should win Conn Smythe. It makes as much sense as John Cooper winning Jack Adams. We do have
Why
another.
not?
We do have another twist of the knife of John Cooper winning the Jack Adams. Another Jeremy White here whatever. for Brick in the AAA wall of insurance. how absurd it was that he won the Jack Adams, and that's Kucherov wins the MVP. The guy who had the Vezina winner and the MVP and finished second in the division, and it's like best job of the year.
It is the only other team that had 3 guys win those 3 awards were the 77 Canadiens, and they had 132 points, 8 losses.
8 losses.
8 losses. That's the only other team that ever did that.
Man.
With 3 different people. I think Hasek actually qualifies for this. The 97 Sabres also did it. But it was one guy winning 2 awards.
Oh, right. Vezina and MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nolan won Coach of the Year.
Sure.
But, like...
That can kind of make sense. If the only good player you have is the goalie,
Yeah, right, he can
then
win both.
yes. Because the coach doesn't coach the goalie. He coaches everybody else. Like,
Right.
All right. He's going to make the saves. We got to find a way.
Right, exactly.
That's actually defendable, I think.
But to think that you had the Coach of the Year, the Vezina winner, and the Hart winner, you would think they were the greatest team that's ever existed. How would they not be?
Don't forget second Selke candidate, too. Second place in the Selke.
Right. Wow, we were close to.
They almost won the quad, as they call it in the
Give him everything.
English soccer.
Did they have a guy for the Masterton? I mean, anything. Create comeback player of the year and give them one of those awards. I mean, it is just getting worse. Alan talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never
Like,
mind the best.
there are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. Like, he would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description. And what, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl? Like,
No.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing. I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible. And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s, especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's, I think, for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters.
Right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year. Very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the 2 teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but Happy Friday, everybody. Apologies for what I'm about to tell you about, but I think it's kind of funny or fun. So Brett Coleman of Bootleg Football Podcast. He and EJ Snyder do a Bootleg Football Podcast video. Brett does awesome video breakdowns. As good a content creator in the NFL as I think there is, Brett Coleman. And he gets access with teams to games. He can shoot his own, whatever. He's deep in this. And he's been teasing his next project for a while. And he just last night tweeted, "The wait will be worth it." And the teaser video, he's walking around a parking lot of an NFL stadium talking about the great moments in the divisional round, the tuck rule. Dez caught it. The mile-high miracle that was the Hail Mary from Flacco to, is it Jacoby Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
His next big project is 13 seconds.
Woo!
He's going to go back and, deep.
Yeah.
What do I want to do with that in my life? This is Ken Burns, right? The best documentarian that there is. It's like, by the way,
Right.
I'd like you to know I'm going to put out an episode on your moment. I got to be honest, I'm definitely going to watch it. We will come out of it
I will definitely want to
having
watch
learned things that I maybe don't know now, whatever it is. Just like, he's as good as it gets.
Yeah.
And he's been teasing it, and it's coming soon. 13 seconds.
Are we sure?
5 years later, whatever.
I want to believe that there will be new things in there.
Oh, just football.
Yeah, I mean,
from a football breakdown standpoint,
from that
you will get something.
Yeah.
I mean, that game ended, and whatever.
Didn't
it is what it is.
Somebody I bookmarked and haven't gone through it yet. Didn't Mitch Morse just do a podcast recently talking all about it?
He did.
I didn't see anything out of that, which made me think there hasn't been anything in it that was shocking. But I still want to watch it.
Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, TJ Parker, Bills rookie, coming up at 8 o'clock. We also got news on Dorian Strong yesterday, which he was waived. The end of his Bills career. Tough break for him.
I think it's for the purposes of getting him on IR.
Sure. But, I mean, I don't know if he's coming back. It's
his injury might be.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mitch Morse was on with Julian Edelman. That was the podcast. Yep. What's the one reason I don't want to watch it? Reliving
Julian
13
Edelman.
seconds or watching Julian Edelman? I got to decide. No, I don't think I have a problem with Julian Edelman. All right, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Tortorella was very offended that he was asked after the game about if he thought about changing goaltenders.
Well, Carter Hart's given up four goals in every single game,
right.
Which, if we're doing a comparison, he would not have stayed in the lineup for the Sabres because Lindy made the change of Alex Lyon. Not really his fault, but that's a lot of goals. Switch.
Yeah, he got asked if he considered replacing Carter Hart with Aiden Hill. He said, "Oh, for Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard."
Wow, that's not that stupid a question.
That was Tortorella's. If you considered it,
yeah,
you could just say yes.
You could just say
no.
Sorry,
you could say no.
No, I've not considered it.
You could have considered it and still said no.
That
because how's anyone ever going to check you on it?
Yeah, that might be the fairest question ever. The guy has given up 4 goals in every single game, and no one's ever done that before. Have you thought about a change?
A better question is, hey, your goalie is all over the place, and he's falling into the net. And maybe Owen, if you notice I've noticed a couple plays where maybe they weren't even goals, and he's turned weird, on the goal line. Ask him that. Ask your coach that.
He's swimming in the net right now. He's totally lost. The first goal in game, not even last night, the other night, when he whiffed on that poke check and it went right through him, that to me was, he's done. He looks like he's underwater. He can't figure it out.
Yeah, that's the question Tortorella should get. Your goalie's drowning. Do you think you're going to take him out?
Yeah, right.
He's no, if you considered changing your goalie, dumbest question I've ever
your
heard.
Team a life raft? What?
Right.
I think the only reason Aiden Hill isn't back in there is because Bruce Cassidy's not the coach anymore. because Bruce Cassidy won a cup with that guy.
Yeah.
And John Tortorella loves Carter Hart because he had him in Philly. I think that's the only reason he's been this stuck on Hart. I think he likes him.
Yeah, Friedman said before I saw this retweeted yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, before the playoffs, I do think one of the reasons they hired John Tortorella was his familiarity with Carter Hart.
Exactly.
It's one of the reasons they hired him.
Okay.
So yeah, he's not taking out Hart, even though he's having a horrendous series.
Maybe costing them the cup.
Yeah.
Series.
They played
he's
well.
blowing it for them. They've been playing good hockey, and he's just bleeding goals.
He gave up a goal on their first scoring chance. Right. Scoring chances were 11-1, and it was 1-1. The first scoring chance that Carolina got went in the net, and then they kind of found their feet from there. Jordan Stahl scores again.
Yeah.
And the Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights. Jordan Stahl for Conn Smythe is a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that much on the score sheet on the way to the Cup final, and then in the Cup final you just score all of the goals, are you not the most valuable player?
I think that guy wins the Conn Smythe.
I do too.
I think especially
They
because
switch goalies.
You know, again, here at the NHL Awards, let's play the game of the voters. Like, what are they going to be influenced by? He's doing all of it in front of them, like right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what have you done for me lately? That's going to be sitting in their minds. They're going to vote for him. Didn't O'Reilly kind of do something similar when he won the Conn Smythe?
He was
like, I don't remember him going into the finals as the favorite.
He was a huge long shot going into the finals.
Yeah.
And then won the Conn Smythe.
Because I'm assuming he had a big finals.
And
he scored like 4 goals or something.
I think it's going to be Jordan Stahl if they win this series. He might. Does he have to score one more? Or has he already done it? He's got 6 goals in this series.
Yeah. Like he might be good.
How else do you win it?
I also yesterday made a point with Andrew about, like, look at the lines he's playing against. They are doing.
The Hurricanes took Game 5 by a score of 4-2. They lead the series 3-2. They have a chance to host the Cup on Sunday. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of that right here on WGR. Pregame is set for 7:30. The NBA final continues tomorrow night. Tip-off set for 8:30. The Knicks can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. Again, tomorrow night, 8:30. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa, and South Korea beat Czechia. Multiple games today, but tonight the U.S. will take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation, and they signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons. And around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. Broncos coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix, dealing with the ankle injury, took some walkthrough reps yesterday. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Got a stat of the day for you. You guys can play along here. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. Beautiful day on the way. Beautiful weekend on the way for the most part. High of 80 today.
We got some World Cup soccer over the
Yeah.
next couple days. Watching a patio.
10 o'clock last night, I'm watching a game from Guadalajara.
I had the game on yesterday, and they had the dates of the World Cup. was like June 11th through like July 15th. And my wife goes, "Wait, we're watching soccer for a month?
Yeah.
This is a month-long tournament?"
It's great.
It's
So
awesome.
here's your stat of the day. It's a Bills stat. Warren Sharp had this, and it'll lead to a discussion, I think, here. We'll have a little fun with this. He had the net point differential at the end of the first quarter in the NFL last year.
Mm-hmm.
How many points you were plus or minus at the end of the first quarter. Where do you think the Bills came in? What was their number? Plus, minus what? In the first quarter of regular season games.
Net point differential.
Yep. I'll give you the highest and the lowest, and you tell me.
Remember how good they were early in games.
So you want the best team or the worst team first?
Give me the best team.
Seattle.
Okay.
Seattle was a plus 55 at the end of the first quarter last season. The worst team was New Orleans.
Okay.
Minus 93.
Checks out. They were bad.
In fact, I think Seattle played New Orleans and scored 28 in the first quarter. That's a big part of that, right?
Right.
So the best team is plus 55. The worst team is minus 93.
I think if I remember right, the Bills were slow starters. They're going to be 16th.
They were plus 3 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah. So, like, even, basically.
17th, middle of the pack.
Yeah. That's not good. It's not
good
representative of how good you are.
Right.
If you're one of the 5 best teams in football, but in the first quarter you're the 17th best team in football, you're underachieving. That also to me probably means they made that up in one of the other quarters by a lot. Like, were they the best third quarter team?
They were a very good third quarter team last year.
Yeah.
But, like, if you're looking at things that, all right, how could it look different? What could Joe Brady focus in on? What are his goals? He's got a whiteboard in his office, like things I'm going to do, results we're going to get that are going to be better. You know, starting fast might be one of them, a plus 3. Right. Miami, by comparison, Miami was a plus 6 at the end of the first quarter for the season. Like, the Bills are behind teams like the Dolphins, the Giants. Now, could that also be somehow affected by how often you wanted to defer?
Yeah.
Maybe. How often you got the ball first versus got the ball second. But, you know, just kind of thinking about last year's team and what they were defined by or what they were. They were a team that started kind of slow. First halves, we'd be sitting here talking about how they've got to get it going. And in the third quarter, second half adjustments, they were a very good second half defensive team, right? You had multiple games where it was rough early, and we kind of got used to, all right, the other team on their first drive of the game is going to score a touchdown, and you kind of just accept that, get ready for them to buckle down, and often they would. But I thought that was interesting. Only a plus 3, 17th in the league after the first quarter.
Is it also incredible that they somehow managed that? I'm looking right now, like, what they were on first drives last year in the NFL, and they were tied for the highest scoring percentage on their first drive. So what were they, just like the worst team in the league from drives 2 to 5?
Maybe.
I can find that too.
Maybe they gave up a lot of first quarter points.
Because that's odd. They scored 9 touchdowns on their first drive last year, which was the most in football.
And still ended. So that's still a plot. You're losing, 9 other touchdowns.
Right. I mean, right, and you're just doing point differential. I'm only looking at offense. Defensively, they allowed... they were like middle of the pack. That's just first drives. They allowed 6 touchdowns, so they didn't have much of an advantage in that department. Yeah, I don't know. Like Brady doing things different early, but again, if he was already good on the scripted drives, then you just like to keep that rolling. I'd want to look back at the games and see, like, did they think, okay, we got the lead early, let's start running the ball. They ran it well, but I'd wonder how they played immediately after they would run out like that.
It's probably more of a stat about the defense, is it not?
It's probably,
like the defense was slow to start.
Yeah, they were slow starters on defense because how many games, Atlanta comes to mind here, right, where the defense got lit up for the first half, and then didn't they, like, shut the Falcons out in the second half?
Yep.
And there were a couple, like Houston was maybe a game like that, where the defense did not play well in the first half and then shut them out in the second half or close to it. So you're right. That's more of a defense stat. And I hope that Jim Leonard would come out and just have answers right away.
Does he have the goods?
The McDermott story from last year, though, was what? That you don't have the players, and it took a half to kind of learn what you needed to do against the opponent. Like, feel it out. Like, that's at least what the narrative was, right? That I'm going to figure out what I need to do. First half might not go well. And they would change. That's the other part of it. McDermott wasn't running, I think, the McDermott defense last year as much. Like, where you know how they're going to line up, and they're going to have two safeties back there, and they're never going to blitz, and they're always going to play zone. And last year, there was a lot more blitzing and man coverage, and that was not necessarily normal for him. So, but that could have been a reaction to, well, I don't have my mentality that was once, all we need to do is execute well. You can even know what we're going to do, and that's going to go, and that's going to work for us. Last year, you might not have had the talent to even attempt that. So you had to kind of change things up. And Leonard, I would assume, is going to change things up even more than that. Like, as much as McDermott's blitz percentage was up and man coverage was up, and the way that they changed things, it's not like he was number one in the league in those categories. And Leonard might be. The Bills could be the number one blitz team in football this year.
They very well could. I got a Twitter poll up about this, and what are we going to learn from this poll? Which Bills coach are you more convinced has the answers? Joe Brady as head coach or Jim Leonard as defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Because both are unknowns to a degree, right? Leonard as a DC is his first defensive coordinator job in the NFL. And Brady, granted, we feel if I put like Brady offense, Leonard defense, I think Brady should win. Brady has had multiple seasons running the offense. It's been pretty good. A lot of the limitations we might have said would be personnel on the outside. But I'm eager to see who wins this Twitter poll. Because if Jim Leonard walks in the door and people are more confident he's going to call a good defense than Joe Brady's going to be as a head coach, I feel like that might be a little lofty. I don't know. How much of a jump is it from the offensive coordinator to the head coach position? I wouldn't dispute that it's a big jump in responsibility. The buck stops with you. Challenges, clock management, all the things that happen in the building, they now come to you. You've got the corner office. You got to stay later. Like everything comes to you, right? Yeah. Whereas an offensive coordinator, you just kind of worry about your own stuff. And he might give a lot to Leonard and say, like, we'll meet, we'll talk, but the defense is yours, of course. If Leonard wins this Twitter poll, I guess I don't know who should win. Because I just made the case there, like the jump is big, but who are you more convinced has the answers, Brady or Leonard?
It's a good question.
I think my answer is Brady. That's not to say anything like I don't believe in what Leonard might do.
Yeah.
It's tough to get me to believe in a defense in OTA's mini camp, and by the way they're talking. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Like every defense talks a good game in the offseason. And the moves they made on that side of the ball, of course, they've made bigger changes. Free agency, those are their biggest moves. Draft, it's their biggest moves. They made a trade for the offense, of course, but early on, Leonard is leading. We'll see. We'll continue to track that. Like, which Bills coach are you more convinced has the answers? And 803-0550 if you want to jump in on that.
I would believe that Leonard would be more likely to actually answer to more aggressive attacking defense than other coaches that would say it, just because his background is that type of defense, right? It's the Rex Ryan type of defense. That typically is what that defense is, and what he did at Wisconsin and Denver kind of backs that up. So I don't know whether to feel confident in him, though, because of the personnel. Like, how am I going to feel about him at the end of the year if the Bills don't have a great defense, but I feel like it's not even really his fault? It's just you don't have the horses for this. Brady, I guess what I would want to figure out first, because it's head coach and not just like the offense and the play calling, how confident am I that he's going to be up to it on like clock management and game management decisions? And how could you know that? Right? Like, is he going to be sharp with it, or is it going to be deer in the headlights? Because the smartest guys in the league, McVay, for instance, McVay's not always great in those types of situations. And I feel like he might be the smartest coach in football. So I have no idea how to predict what Brady will be like as a head coach. And if all I have to go on is him as a play caller, then how many screens am I going to get? How much conservative game planning am I going to get from him in the offense? Because that's happened a lot. I might be inclined to go, I might lean Leonard, honestly. Just because I haven't seen it and haven't had a distaste for it in the past. Just because it is brand new. And there's one less element with him. All right, like he does not have to think about game management and clock management decisions as advanced as Brady will have to. Brady's got to have his finger on all of that. So I think I might lean Leonard. But that's not to say that I'm not. Don't think that it could be Brady as an answer to this.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us on this Friday. Beautiful Friday.
Owen takes an early lead in our World Cup pool with South Korea last night.
Oh, right. We're getting just points when your teams win games.
That's it. Simple. 3 points if your team wins, 1 point if they draw, 0 if they lose.
Just like the actual scoring system?
Exactly.
The point system?
Exactly like the scoring system.
All right. He gets South Korea. They got to win. Whoever had Mexico had to win.
Yeah. Well, Brian had Mexico and South Africa.
Okay, so kind of offset there.
Yeah. He still gets the 3 points. I did get someone ask us, the World Cup officially after like the group stage, you get into the knockout rounds. You ever see like how the score gets written if a game goes to like penalty kicks?
It's a tie.
It's listed as a tie.
Right. And then somebody wins on PKs.
Yeah, but we're not doing that. That's not going to go down as a draw, I guess. No, if you advance, you get 3 points. Right? If you have Spain and they win in PKs and they go to the semifinals, they should get 3 points.
It's your pool.
I'm giving 3 points for it.
Okay. I trust it. It's fine by me. I noted that the first game, Mexico and South Africa, started about 6 minutes late.
I noticed that too, and I thought, is this going to be the whole tournament?
And it's not, because the second game started on time.
Like to the minute?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much right to the minute.
So why do we think the first was just 6 minutes late? Opening ceremony stuff?
Great question. It was a couple minutes late.
Okay.
But it was generally fine.
They had to put the trophy up on the stand.
Yeah. We got a couple replays. They had to replay the red cards. There's hydration breaks and commercials.
Yeah.
They're taking breaks during, like television breaks, commercial breaks during the hydration breaks. So it's not quite the seamless World Cup or soccer experience you normally get. But Team USA plays tonight, 9 o'clock against Paraguay. Last time they played Paraguay, they got in a fight. Brian Mazurowski tweeted out the highlight. It was a friendly back in November, and late in the game with the U.S. leading 2-1. Benches cleared. It was one of those fights like a baseball fight where everyone runs out from the bullpen, and not that many people actually fight, but there's a lot of people there.
Right.
There was a dust-up, if you will.
And I would say among like soccer fights, this was like more of a real fight than what is soccer fight? Two guys go nose to nose and they make a little bit of contact, and somebody goes flying to the ground.
Usually there's a head shove.
Right.
If there's a if there's a head butt, that's a red card. If it's a head shove, you can maybe get away with that sometimes.
This was closer to like a mosh pit.
Right. That's exactly what it was. The U.S. Paraguay mosh pit.
All right. So bad blood.
Rivalry game.
Between the two.
Bad
rivalry
blood.
Game.
Yep.
The game's in L.A. tonight?
Yes.
All right.
So is that SoFi?
It must be. It must be. As long as they were able to get real grass into SoFi.
They are.
Unless they're playing at the Rose Bowl. Yeah, it's got to be at SoFi Stadium, I would think. Could really use a win for vibes right out of the gate. Nick said that yesterday. Like how important the game is might be more about like setting up the tournament than it would even be for the standings.
Yeah.
Because as long as they don't implode, they should get through. But you're playing Paraguay in the first game, and if they come away without a win, that's going to feel really disappointing. And they don't play for a week, so you have to sit on that for 7 days after the fact. I'll be very into them winning tonight.
They're a mild favorite. I saw they're minus 105 to win. And again, with three outcomes.
Right, draws included.
Draws are in there as well. Minus 105 means, you're a slight favorite to win.
Yep.
With draw being the second most likely outcome.
Yep.
Yeah, it is at SoFi tonight.
All right.
9 p.m. at SoFi Stadium.
We like their jerseys, right?
Yes. The stripes ones are sharp.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I don't know that I have the blue ones committed to memory right now. But the stripe ones are the ones. Like if I were going to buy a jersey, that would be the one for sure.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The World Cup. Does it feel less juicy because it's just started, or because it's spread out over three different countries, which they're going to do next time too?
I don't mind that. I think the empty seats is actually getting to me a little bit.
Yeah, were a bunch.
There were a lot of them last night in the Czechia game against South Korea. There were a ton of them. And the stories about how many there could be in the United States for those games, like that part of it is just so gross to me. Like there's so many things in FIFA's past that you could be like, this is the worst organization on the planet. And I'm not surprised. Like Brian Mazurowski's also tweeting out about how like this has been a problem at every World Cup. This is not just a problem for this World Cup. Like South Africa, you go back to 2002, like they've had empty seat problems for decades. But isn't it always the same problem? They're pricing these tickets through the roof that nobody's going to want to spend $600 to go watch two teams that are not going to do anything. So I think that part of it's almost offensive to me. That is not ruining it. It's just taking a little bit of the energy away from me on it. You want the stadiums full and the atmosphere is as crazy as possible, I would think. But, we've got 20,000 empty seats in the stadium because the tickets were over $500.
I mean, part of me wonders
South Korea
how many fans should you expect to watch South Korea and Czechia? How many should you expect?
Well, I mean, if you have the tickets like at $50, then you could sell you should be able to sell the entire place.
That's probably right. You've got people that would want to go to a World Cup match between any two teams if it were
affordable.
$80.
Right.
Like would I go pick two teams, Bosnia and Ghana, they're not playing each other, but sure, I'd want to go see a World Cup match.
Yeah. But not at the cost it's going to take right now.
Yeah.
So but that's not going to ruin it for me. Like you said this the other day, like once the games start, and once the games start again with teams that I actually like really care about, then that probably will go to the side for me. Especially because the U.S. games are going to be filled. I think. I'd be surprised if the U.S. games weren't filled.
You would hope so.
Yeah.
803-0550. I'm wearing my Team USA jersey that I got in 2015 in Baltimore. Saw the U.S. play Cuba in a Gold Cup match.
Did they win?
They did. They won 6-0.
6-0?
6-0. Yeah.
You remember who scored?
No.
Not even one?
Clint Dempsey got a hat trick from what I'm reading. I looked up the game real quick.
Yeah.
Clint Dempsey got a hat trick. This kind of gets to your point about tickets were not that expensive, and my wife and I saw, hey, we want to just go to Baltimore and watch a soccer game, so we did.
Right.
Got in the car and got tickets to U.S. and Cuba.
Like, that would have been a great trip. Like, anywhere. Philly would have been this. New York could have been this. I mean, Toronto obviously is the closest. But pick a stadium. Like, tickets are $80 to go watch. It doesn't even matter who the two teams are, but you want to go to visit the city for a weekend and go to a World Cup match, and that's just not possible.
Yeah.
This go round. It's just kind of gross that's happened.
Canada plays today and the U.S. play today. Both play today.
Is Canada the afternoon game?
I believe so. They play Bosnia.
Okay.
U.S. is the late game.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
All
2
right.
games per day to start, but that's fine. You get the host nations out of the way first. It is Paraguay, by the way.
Yes, it is.
I looked it up.
Paraguay.
Yep.
Very good. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on some Sabres stuff. We'll get juicy rumors in a little bit. Maybe next. Yeah, we'll do it next. We'll do juicy rumors next. The Alex Tuck meter. Is there any significance to the report, Pierre LeBrun had it, that he thinks Yarmo might have a tough time getting Tuck to double digits? It's funny. We talk about how you don't negotiate the media and on and on and on. Double digits is actually a line in the sand, right?
Yes.
It's a number.
That is, we are not going over $10 million.
That is a number.
Yes.
And you don't often get a number reported. You never say he doesn't see himself going over 11.6. but double digits is potentially a line in the sand. And I wonder, how much they could be pushed by that. If, in fact, he gets out there and the offer from Seattle is 10.4, could the Sabres get to double digits? You're telling me you're going to go to 9.8, but you won't go to 10.4? Mm-hmm. And I know, every negotiation ends up working this way, but
you might not because of the 8th year, honestly. It was weird to me yesterday that Friedman on his podcast didn't really want to talk about it. He said that I'm not going there. Because who knows what can happen, deadlines spur action. There's still a gap, work to be done, was his quote. But I'm not going there. That had me thinking about Stamkos and the possibility of, maybe Friedman would be thinking this, that anything you hear or is negotiated right now is meaningless because can you predict what the Sabres are going to do and what Tuch's going to do on June 30th? Because everything that happens right now could be pointing towards no signing getting done, and then just bam, the day before, Tuch just is like, you know what? I don't want to do it. Or the Sabres are, you know what, we didn't get what we wanted done, and we're going to go up $500,000. That's kind of how he sounded. I don't want to predict what's happening right now because none of this matters until there's 2 days before free agency.
That's definitely right. Any leak from either side is trying to, whatever, if you want to say steal the narrative or, any of that. But
yeah,
that double digits to me
Yep.
that jumped out because that is an actual line.
Right, that is.
803-0550 is our number, 1-888-550-2550. Carolina wins last night. We'll get juicy rumors. We'll do it when we get back. There are some juicy rumors. I've seen the Sabres connected to a couple players, maybe down the list a bit. We also have another player that's requested a trade out of Edmonton. Not McDavid, not yet. Not yet. But
he sees Babcock coming.
No, he's probably he's in on Babcock. Or who are you talking about?
Sorry, not McDavid. The guy's
the player asking for a trade.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Greg in the chat writes in, Brandon Hagel should win Conn Smythe. It makes as much sense as John Cooper winning Jack Adams. We do have another twist of the knife of John Cooper winning the Jack Adams. Another brick in the wall of how absurd it was that he won the Jack Adams, and that's Kucherov wins the MVP. The guy who had the Vezina winner and the MVP and finished second in the division. And it's best job of the year.
It is the only other team that had 3 guys win those 3 awards were the 77 Canadiens, and they had 132 points, 8 losses.
8 losses.
8 losses. That's the only other team that ever did that.
Man.
With 3 different people. I think Hasek actually qualifies for this. The 97 Sabres also did it. But it was one guy winning 2 awards.
Oh, right. Vezina and MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nolan won Coach of the Year.
Sure.
But,
that can kind of make sense. If the only good player you have is the goalie,
yeah, he
then
can win both.
yes. Because the coach doesn't coach the goalie. He coaches everybody else.
Right.
All right. He's going to make the saves. We got to find a way.
Right, exactly.
That's actually defendable, I think.
But to think that you had the Coach of the Year, the Vezina winner, and the Hart winner, you would think they were the greatest team that's ever existed. How would they not be?
Don't forget second Selke candidate too. Second place in the Selke.
Right. Wow, we were close to.
They almost won the quad, as they call it in the
give him everything.
English soccer.
Did they have a guy for the Masterton? I mean, anything. Let's create comeback player of the year and give them one of those awards. I mean, it is just getting worse. Alan talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never mind the best.
There are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. He would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description. And what, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl?
No.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
No.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing. I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long, and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible. And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s, especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's, I think, for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters.
Right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year. Very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the two teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but
The Hurricanes took Game 5 by a score of 4-2. They lead the series 3-2. They have a chance to hoist the cup on Sunday with puck drop set for 8 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR with pregame set for 7:30. The NBA Final continues tomorrow night. Tip-off set for 8:30. The Knicks, they can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. Again, that's tomorrow night at 8:30. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa, and South Korea beat Czechia. And tonight, the USA will take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation, and they signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons, and around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with a knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. Speaking of the Broncos, head coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix, who's been dealing with an ankle injury, took some walkthrough reps yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Going to get some juicy rumors in the hockey world because, well, it's that time of year. Pretty much 2 weeks of the draft, and free agency begins the start of July.
Yeah.
I have one name I've seen linked to the Sabres that I don't think we're going to like an awful lot, but
Okay.
We'll see. And then I have a question about that Edmonton player that's requested a trade. Darnell Nurse has requested a trade out of Edmonton.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that one first.
Okay.
I don't think Darnell Nurse for the Sabres necessarily, no.
No.
But here's what I would ask you. Do I have to rule out every defensive player in every one of these ideas? Werenski, right? There's some speculation Werenski might ask for a trade. Do I have to rule that out? Or should I consider that it is very possible Jarmo Kekalainen would treat it like anything else? If it's Werenski, Owen Power's available, just for a name here, right? We sometimes think about the core 4 defensemen, the top 4. Keep that together. You're going to be good for a while. We feel good about that. But is there a short list of names that we should all entertain that could get Jarmo off of that 4 and into a different 4? Werenski's a Norris finalist.
I had that thought
Norris
today.
winner. But take it down from Werenski to
Also, Jarmo drafted him.
sure.
So
Take it to the tier 2 guy where he'd say, "Yeah, it's a nice player, but I'll upgrade." On the table,
I think it'd have to be
Werenski.
because of the history, because he is the best defenseman in hockey at times. I mean, he just won, he's a Norris guy. So,
I think it seems ridiculous to think about him. The price would be
he's got 1 year left on his deal, and if Columbus doesn't think he's staying, then they would move him, I think.
I think that's right.
are the Sabres going to rock 2 Norris Trophy defensemen?
You also have to be
Has that
prepared.
ever-
You
has
have to be prepared to give him $15 million a year.
I was going to say, has that ever been done? Where a
2
team
Norris
has
defensemen?
2 of the 3 best defensemen in the sport on the same team?
Yeah, there was one that came to mind, and then maybe they're the only ones. The 07 Ducks.
Right. Niedermeyer
and
Pronger.
Yeah.
But maybe that's it. He's interesting. He's interesting. I think Nurse or ideas like that, yeah, a non-starter for me. He costs a lot. The only thing that would give me a little pause is that he traded for Parayko. He did do one of these moves. He traded for Colton Parayko. So is there a equivalent of him out there? I don't think Nurse is an equivalent of him because he's actually more expensive.
Yes.
And probably not as good of a player also.
No.
But is there another guy out there? It would be enough to think about, but I'm not expecting them to acquire a big-name defenseman this summer.
No. I had the Werenski thing popped into my head this morning. Ooh, would you do a Byram and what? For
Byram
Werenski?
and Power.
Byram and
Am I saying Byram and Power?
Ooh.
No,
be real. Be real about Zach Werenski.
Yeah, but Columbus...
Byram is not signed, so okay, they'd have to sign him.
But what is Columbus getting? And they're not going to want Byram back because Byram's not going to stay there.
But I think Power would be the name that
Power's
you'd be
under
needing.
contract, and you have him forever.
Yeah. I think it's Power and maybe one of the prospects and
Yeah.
a pick. Probably. It's probably Power,
It's Power.
Ostland, and second. It would be my guess.
See,
for
what
that.
you're doing, in a way, you kind of are trading Byram and Power. Maybe. Are you paying Byram if I do this?
No, that's what I mean.
No,
So
yeah.
in that way, I'm trading Power to get Werenski, and then I'm not able to pay Byram because I'm getting Werenski.
Correct.
all of a
I
sudden it's
still could see an argument. He is
I think that's still the best decor in the league.
that's also, by the way,
right.
the Team USA group chat, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, right.
We went through it yesterday, how many guys are in a position that looks like they might want to, Robertson didn't make that team, but he's around it and he knows all those guys.
Yeah, he's an RFA.
Kachuk.
Yep.
Werenski was on there. Hellebuck's in there. There's another guy, another big name that's slipping my mind right
Hughes.
now. Hughes is in there, and that could blow up at any time.
They
Sonny
really-
Mata could I don't know.
There is another name.
Well, and Quinn Hughes is not signed. He's
No, right.
What is he? He's got one more
I think
year.
he's got one more year, and it sounds like a 3-year deal in Minnesota, but it's not done.
Brady Tkachuk. You're right. Every big name guy that you can get yourself to, he could be traded. They're all American.
And they're
Okay, so
all on that team.
There's another.
They're all US guys.
There's another name on that team, and I've seen this player connected to maybe the Sabres for this player. Now, if they did this, they'd have to make multiple moves to kind of clear a spot, and maybe this is where Ryan McLeod gets traded. But Who's the Team USA guy that you're not going to like this idea that I've seen linked to the Sabres?
Trocheck.
Yes. Vinny Trocheck.
Yeah, I don't want that.
32 years old. Trocheck is probably on the move somewhere.
Yep.
I liked him a ton, like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
Out.
is he your new Zucker?
That's what I was just going to say.
If you're going to move off Zucker, you're going to go to Vinny Trocheck instead?
I mean, he's
Maybe.
gonna
Like, just like veteran guy.
he's gonna win face-offs for you, but like that should not be why I'm trading for someone of that magnitude.
I could get there on that if you have the confidence that some of the young guys will replace the Zucker offense and you think that the upgrade on defense and faceoffs is worth it for Trocheck to be your third line center. And then you think Oshland, Helenius, all those guys are going to, whatever the 10, 15, 20-point difference is between what Zucker would probably give you and what Trocheck's going to give you, if you could make that up, I could see them thinking, I think that works. But it's just, I would be a little nervous about
I
it.
just see the collapse coming for him.
Yeah.
Like it already has begun. And it's pretty clear it's begun. It's incredible he was on Team USA.
Yeah, it was.
So, I don't know. I think that player is showing glaring signs of deterioration. And I would not want to be signing up for him at this point. Like, he'll be 33 by the start of next season.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Right.
no, thank you. I feel like the only thing I know he's giving me is faceoffs, and I don't want to spend that much to just fix faceoffs. Can I do that cheaper? Or can I do that with a better player? Go trade everything for Nico Hischier. He could be your new faceoff guy, and he's 6 years younger.
There was a report yesterday that it sounds like there's going to be a deal there for him in New Jersey.
That's disappointing.
It
'cause
is
I
disappointing.
like that idea.
I really like that idea,
And Lindy
too.
likes him a lot too.
Yeah.
I saw an old quote from Lindy where he's like, he's Pekka. And he named him captain in New Jersey. So hopefully
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
contract doesn't happen because I think that idea
Yeah.
makes way more sense.
Adam Fox was the other name that was slipping my mind earlier. That's
Okay.
on that Team USA, like in that group. He wasn't on this team, but he was on the Four
Right.
Nations team, and he knows all those guys, and like he's probably.
Are we assuming
that conversation.
everybody on Team USA is in the group chat?
Oh yeah.
Like, not one person isn't in the chat?
Right.
Or is there a secondary like?
Is there a
kingpin
chat of like 9 guys and it's not all 20 of them?
Sure.
right? And it's like Hellebuck, Matthews. Matthews
Right.
is another one.
Like, there's a-
Matthews, Kachuk, Eichel.
Yeah. Like there's
Like
there's a core chat and then there's an everybody chat.
There was also, by the way, an unintentionally funny thing about like Dylan Larkin, Team USA. You pointed this out. Who referred to the Minnesota Wild as a perennial,
An established power.
an established power?
What?
He wants to go to an established power.
They were the first team listed after that was said. They're 3-12 in playoff series in the last 15 years. What are you talking about? Established power. The Minnesota Wild? They're good.
They're good.
They're
But
definitely good.
give me a break with
Established
established
power.
power.
Won one
They-
round in the last 20
They
years.
Right.
they finished 5 points behind the Sabres in the standings this year.
They lose in the first round every year of their existence.
Yeah.
They had 11 fewer regulation wins than the Sabres this year.
Yeah.
Minnesota. Good
Yeah,
team.
that is-
established power. All right.
I don't think it's crazy him going there, but established power was ridiculous.
David Pagnotta, fourth period. He was on the Daily Face-Off Rundown and was talking about the Tuck news and suggested, like, if they lose Tuck, how are you going to replace him, on and on. So, not a surprise. But he says if we have a top 6 winger in his 20s that we deem expendable, we need to shore up our back end. Is Owen Power somebody we can target? There are teams asking that question. If the Sabres lose Tuck, they're going to want a top 6. And teams are asking, okay, Owen Power available or not? And this is a name, of course, Power. Before the playoffs, I openly asked the question, kind of wondered, how much will Yarmo watch the playoffs and decide whether or not that player can hack it? And I thought Power was very good.
Yes.
I thought Power came out of the playoffs to me looking like a guy that could totally swing it and, like, not worried about it. But, you know, somebody makes a call. Could we have Owen Power in the right package for a player? This gets back to my question about should I be, like, ruling out defensive upgrades, or do you think Yarmo could really do something drastic there? Whose job was Parayko going to take? Right? Was he going to be in the bottom pair, or was he going to be your top 4?
It's a good question. Or they're just going to run 5 pretty well, pretty evenly balanced.
Right. They do that a lot.
That might have been the answer. Timmins averaged 19 minutes a night on the season.
Yeah.
But I think it would take a player of like Brady Tkachuk magnitude to get me to say, all right, I think I'd do that. Like, I'm very anti-including Power in any trade conversation at this point. I just feel like their top 6 without Tuck, I'd like them to replace him with something established. But if they don't, I'm still pretty confident in what they are next year. You trade Power, I don't know, what's their blue line now? That's the thing I know they're amazing at.
Mm-hmm.
You trade Power off it, it has to be an amazing player up front. Because my answer would be no on him in almost any circumstance. Like, if the Red Wings said, you can have Dylan Larkin and we'll convince him to go there, but it's got to be Power. Like, I don't think I'm doing that.
I'm not doing that.
Am I doing it for even Brady Tkachuk? Maybe
I
would
would
for him.
probably do it for Brady Tkachuk.
Am I doing it for Hischier? Like, how many guys am I actually doing that? Like, there's not many.
Yeah,
Maybe Brady Tkachuk would be the only one I would even say it about.
Really? I mean, Robertson.
No.
Do it for Jason No.
Is Brady? I mean, Brady Tkachuk. Brady Tkachuk's shine came off.
That was quick.
In
You're
this
right.
postseason a little bit.
I was gonna say.
I'm in the mood to say no on almost everything.
Right, but
like that one,
Robertson's
I would. Yeah.
Robertson's a stud.
Yeah.
All right, it's been juicy rumors. We'll do this, throughout the next couple weeks. The draft is less than 2 weeks away. NHL free agency begins to start July.
Is it decentralized? Do we know that? Okay, so
Yes.
the GMs are not going to be there.
No, but there's a draft party in the arena.
So we won't get the, hey, this GM's walked over to Vancouver's table, and now they're talking. All right, fine.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills rookie TJ Parker coming up top of the hour. We'll talk to him now that the Bills have wrapped up their mandatory minicamp, have the big break now until the training camp schedule comes out, and that'll be likely July 29th. I wonder if it comes out today, now that they can actually turn the page to training camp.
Yep.
Could we get our St. John Fisher training camp schedule today? 803-0550, the phone number on WGR.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Anybody he plays against is a ghost, and he's just dominating. So I said yesterday I think he's going to win the Conn Smythe.
37-year-old Jordan Stahl. Not bad. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official sport. Jordan Stahl scores again.
Yeah.
And the Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights. Jordan Stahl for Conn Smythe is a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because what if you don't do that much on the score sheet on the way to the Cup final, and then in the Cup final you just score all of the goals? Are you not the most valuable player?
I think that guy wins the Conn Smythe.
I do too.
I think especially
They
because
switch goalies.
You know, again, here at the NHL Awards, let's play the game of the voters. Like, what are they going to be influenced by? He's doing all of it in front of them, like right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what have you done for me lately? That's going to be sitting in their minds. They're going to vote for him. Didn't O'Reilly kind of do something similar when he won the Conn Smythe?
He was
like, I don't remember him going into the finals as the favorite.
He was a huge long shot going into the finals.
Yeah.
And then won the Conn Smythe.
Because I'm assuming he had a big finals.
And
he scored like 4 goals
Yeah,
or something.
I think it's going to be Jordan Stahl if they win this series. He might. Does he have to score one more? Or has he already done it? He's got 6 goals in this series.
Yeah. Like he might be good.
How else do you win it?
I also yesterday made a point with Andrew about, like, look at the lines he's playing against. They are doing nothing.
Yeah.
Anybody he plays against is a ghost, and he's just dominating. So I said yesterday I think he's going to win the Conn Smythe.
37-year-old Jordan Stahl. Not bad. Greg in the chat writes in, Brandon Hagel should win Conn Smythe. It makes as much sense as John Cooper winning Jack Adams. We do have another twist of the knife of John Cooper winning the Jack Adams. Another brick in the wall of how absurd it was that he won the Jack Adams, and that's Kucherov wins the MVP. The guy who had the Vezina winner and the MVP and finished second in the division. And it's like, best job of the year.
It is the only other team that had 3 guys win those 3 awards were the 77 Canadiens, and they had 132 points, 8 losses.
8 losses.
8 losses. That's the only other team that ever did that.
Man.
With 3 different people. I think Hasek actually qualifies for this. The 97 Sabres also did it. But it was one guy winning 2 awards.
Oh, right. Vezina and MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nolan won Coach of the Year.
Sure.
But, like...
That can kind of make sense. If the only good player you have is the goalie,
Yeah, right, he can
then
win both.
yes, because the coach doesn't coach the goalie, he coaches everybody else. Like,
Right.
all right, he's going to make the saves. We got to find a way.
Right, exactly.
That's actually defendable, I think.
But to think that you had the Coach of the Year, the Vezina winner, and the Hart winner, you would think they were the greatest team that's ever existed. How would they not be?
Don't forget second Selke candidate too. Second place in the Selke.
Right. Wow, we were close to.
They almost won the quad, as they call it in the
Give him everything.
English soccer.
Did they have a guy for the Masterton? I mean, anything. Let's create comeback player of the year and give them one of those awards. I mean, it is just getting worse.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. World Cup Game 1 for the U.S. tonight, 9 o'clock from SoFi Stadium.
We talked about Allen and playoff wins earlier. How many of the 8 quarterbacks in NFL history with 3 playoff wins and no Super Bowl appearance do you think you could name?
8 quarterbacks with 3
Or more. Because
playoff wins
Allen has 8.
and no Super Bowl appearances.
Yep. Instant trivia. Allen is the one, so you only have 7.
Yeah. Seven.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There's like quarterbacks that didn't make a Super Bowl. That's a long list.
Yep. But they had at least 3 playoff wins.
Yeah. Jared Goff. No, he made the Super Bowl. I'm thinking of his Lions days. He
Yep.
made it with the Rams. That guess doesn't count. Never good to get your first guess wrong on the rules.
And then immediately say it didn't count.
Yeah, it didn't count. Because I caught it myself.
It only doesn't count because you haven't got one right yet.
True. My first thought was Baker, but I don't know if he has 3 playoff wins.
No, not Baker. He might have 2. Yeah, he's 2.
Okay.
I'll give you a hint. None of them are active. It's like there's no Lamar on here. There's no Dak on here. Those guys have 2.
None are active. Mark Brunell.
No, Oh, this is going to be cheating on him. Didn't he win as a backup? I'm going to want to give you credit for that, I think.
Okay.
He was a backup somewhere and won the Super Bowl.
Oh.
So it shouldn't count.
There's a lot on this list. We got a problem that do that.
Well, how many people have done that?
More than we know. All right, it's okay, fine. All right, not Mark Brunell.
Brunell did have 5 as a starter.
Yeah, playoff wins?
Yeah, playoff wins. So, yeah, he should count here. Brunell.
How about I'm like looking at the teams here, looking at the logos, trying to get inspired.
Yep.
What do we feel about Phillip Rivers?
Correct. He has 5.
Okay.
He's second. Phillip Rivers.
Does Ryan Tannehill have 3 playoff wins?
He does not.
Okay.
You've got a Colt quarterback on here.
Andrew Luck.
4. You have a Jets quarterback.
Vinny Testaverde.
Nope. More recent.
More recent. Chad Pennington.
Nope. More recent. There's not much. There's no.
Mark Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
4 playoff wins. You have an Eagle.
An Eagle. Donovan, nope, he made the Super Bowl.
Yep. Prior to him.
Prior to Donovan McNabb. Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham had 3. You have another Charger that came up earlier because he's a Hall of Famer.
Dan Fouts.
You have the other guy that was a Hall of Famer and never made the Super Bowl. On a no longer existing franchise.
I don't know.
Warren Moon.
Right.
Oh,
And they'll give you Dave Craig.
Dave Craig.
So it's Allen, Rivers, Luck, Sanchez, Cunningham, Fouts, Craig, and Moon.
Not the list you want to be the king of. Good
No,
list. You got to be good to get on it.
I mean, if he makes it, Rivers goes back to the top.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number. Bills rookie TJ Parker. We're going to chat with him coming up next segment and continue taking you through your Friday here. Bills wrapping up mandatory minicamp, taking a break until training camp, which will open up in late July. Jeremy and Joe, U.S. men's soccer tonight, 9 o'clock.
Alan talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never mind the best.
There are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. Like he would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description. And what, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl? Like,
no.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing. I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible. And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s, especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's, I think, for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters.
right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year, very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the two teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but
The Hurricanes took Game 5 by a score of 4-2. They lead the series 3-2 and have a chance to hoist the cup on Sunday. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR. Pregame set for 7:30. The NBA Final continues tomorrow night. Tip-off set for 8:30. The Knicks can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa and South Korea beat Czechia. Tonight, the USA will take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation and signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons and around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who've been dealing with a knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Ed Oliver, Bills defensive tackle Ed Oliver, talking about our next guest, TJ Parker, Bills rookie, joins us on the Western Hotline. We'll chat a little bit about the about minicamp wrapping up, and now the break coming up for all these Bills players. TJ, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing all right. I've been waiting to talk to you because when you got drafted, I know the Bills put out a thing, and you talked with Maddie Glab. She asked what your hobbies were, and you instantly said golf, and then started putting. Then you're putting in the hallway, and we're a golf show. You know, we like golf. So, what level of player are you? How often do you play?
I try to get out there as much as possible. Actually, I played a little bit yesterday before it started downpouring.
Nice.
And I was even, you know what I'm saying? I parred the first 3 before it started raining too bad. So hopefully I can get back out there soon. But I try to play as much as possible, especially with our schedule right now. So
how long have you been playing?
I've been playing for about a year now. I got bit by that golf bug around summertime last year, and it's been on since.
Okay. Hold on. How good are we talking?
We're hanging up.
If I could ask, is it rude to ask like what your scores are? Because if we hear something that's really good, as people that have been playing our entire lives, it might not feel great.
Oh no! You see, look, I'm okay. Like, I can hit the ball consistently. Never said I was really good. You know, I'm a lose a few during the day, but that's okay with me because I go out there just to swing and have fun. You know, I think my best score probably like 1 in the 110s. You know what I'm saying? Nothing great.
All right.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just good to get out there.
A year in, though. Yeah. I thought if you were about to give us a number in like the 80s, I might have quit the sport on the spot.
Oh, nah. I would have said it with a quick heartbeat if I had an 80 score. You know what I'm saying? I would have been very proud about that one, but we're not there just yet.
All right. Fair enough. You got bit by the bug. You're out there on the course. So now you get time off in between minicamp and training camp. Where will you go? What do you got on the docket for you for the next 6 weeks?
Yeah, so I'm gonna head back to Clemson and train. You know, spend some time there. Really, you know, pack up all the rest of my stuff and get it shipped back up to Buffalo, and then really just spend these next couple of weeks really getting ready for the season. I might shoot down to Florida to train with some of my teammates, and you know, they can really lock in. So,
what was it like your first NFL month here between OTAs and minicamp? What'd you take away from it?
I loved it, man. Just being able to say really that I'm a professional football player has been the best thing. It was surreal. I really had to really pinch myself and really tell myself, like, man, I really play for the Buffalo Bills. And it's been amazing. Really just getting around a pro setting, being able to, just experience it all. And it's been fun, especially learning from the older guys. So
through the draft process, you probably talked to a lot of teams. Was there a type of defense you were kind of hoping to get into? And how does this one fit your skill set?
Honestly, I'm in the perfect situation. This is similar to how I played my play style in college, similar roles. So just for me to just come in and be familiar with how, their style of play, Coach Leonard's defense, it's been amazing. It's been a smooth transition, understanding how to, run the defense and really how to play within it. So it's been great.
I feel like this has been getting asked of a lot of the defensive linemen, but you're listed as outside linebacker. What would really be the difference in your mind, or like how would you describe your role in the defense?
Same thing. I'm still a outside linebacker. I'm a defensive end. But obviously we got coverage responsibilities. That just comes within the defense. But at the same time, I'm still a defensive lineman. I still rush the passer. I still stop the run. We just athletes. We get out there in space and cover a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference part of it.
Bills defensive lineman TJ Parker joining us. Bills edge TJ Parker joining us on the Western Hotline. Jim Leonard has asked how to refer to all these positions as he's moving around. One other thing that the defensive coordinator said, TJ, was he's throwing as much as possible at you guys, and that'll be the plan. As you get to training camp, has it felt like there's a lot to get to?
Obviously there's a lot right now just because everybody's, we're installing a new defense. This is his first year here. So, just learning the plays and understanding how to really run them and seeing different looks in practice. At first it was difficult for me just to get going. But now, I'm in a spot where, I'm comfortable. I understand what the plays is, I understand what I'm doing. And now it's just about vision, what I'm seeing and picking up on different cues, to help me play a lot faster. And I just give credit to, Coach Leonard and Coach April for helping us out with that, and especially our vets as well.
Sorry,
TJ.
TJ.
Up, so. No, you're good.
How different has this time of year been compared to college? Like, what has there been a stark difference to you, like college preparation for the season versus the NFL?
Well, now I'm a rookie, so it's like a restart all over again. You got to get implemented within the program. Understand, a new defense and just really get acclimated. Whereas in, last year, I'm going into technically my last year of college where I already knew the defense. And we're just working out right now. Whereas it's kind of similar as in working out, going over plays and things like that. But now I'm the rookie, understanding, I got to get used to the system again. So it's just a balance of just restarting and, understanding what I need to do to get ready for the season. So
yeah, the other difference I might be wondering about, is there a really big difference between the personality types for Joe Brady and Dabo, what you experience in Clemson?
Man, Coach Brady is young, fresh-minded, and I love him to death, man. He keep practice and he keep the building juiced up. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I love, man. We compete, we have fun, and we get our job done. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, like I said, we have fun doing it, and we're a very close team. And that's one thing I love, and that's one thing that is similar. Coming from Clemson, we're a close-knit team who is all about working. So for me, it's very familiar. And I'm just super excited about this season.
Next stop is training camp in about 6 weeks, TJ. You'll be back on a college campus. Has anybody told you about life in the dorms for that week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever it is?
Yeah, we just talked about it. I'm excited about it, just get to spend time with my teammates. It brings me back, just like I said, fall camp. We didn't do dorms at Clemson, but at the same time, I don't mind it. It's all about ball. It was for however long we up there. We just focus on straight football, and that's what I love. So I'm super excited about that.
TJ, looking back at your Clemson career, 2 years ago, it was 19 and a half tackles for loss, 11 sacks. And then the following year, the numbers weren't there. What changed for you? Did you feel like you were still there, but the defense changed? Like from 2024 to 2025, your time at Clemson, what was the most different?
I feel like I trained even harder after that, my sophomore year going into my junior year. I trained even harder, took everything even more serious. Sometimes the ball it just didn't roll my way. I didn't have the season I wanted to have. I know. There's a lot of things that went into that, but I ain't making no excuses. Just got to go out there and compete. And, from here, I know what I need to do to get better, to continue to get better, and that's what I just got to work on. So,
yeah, your position, how much – do you even look at your own sack numbers? Because there would be, I think people are starting to do it a little bit more intelligently with, are you affecting the quarterback? Are you getting pressures versus are you just piling up the sacks?
For me, obviously I want the sack. That's the play you got to make. You got to be productive. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, you just got to be able to do your job and win. All about producing. Not everything shows up on the stat sheet. But at the end of the day, sacks do matter. But we're going to do our best to do whatever we got to do to get them, and then work from there. So,
if you have a list, do you have a quarterback that you've already thought about getting at some point?
Man, everybody. You know what I'm saying? You want an opportunity to sack everybody. You know what I'm saying? So you don't really have no favorites when it comes to it. I'm just super excited to play. I'm excited to get my first one. Shoot, even in the preseason. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really worried about who it is. It's just about getting the sack. You know what I'm saying? So.
TJ Parker. TJ, real quick before you go, have you been through the new stadium yet? Have you been on the field?
No, I haven't. I'm excited to go on it.
Yeah, we all are. We're excited to get out there. All right, TJ. Well, best of luck. Enjoy the time off. Hit him straight if you're able to get on the golf course, and keep us posted on your progress.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much. I'm definitely going to post that golf course sometime soon.
Beautiful. Thanks, TJ.
Thanks, TJ.
All right. Thank you, guys.
TJ Parker joining us on the Western Hotline. Yeah, there was a little bit at the very beginning of like, if you just started a year ago and you're going par, like I got to get out. We're gonna have to hang up.
I was getting worried because Jordan Poyer did that a couple of years ago, where he had took up golfing, and within 2 years, he was shooting in maybe he was shooting in the 70s even.
Yeah, the game might not be that hard. It's just that your brain gets in the way.
It also
if you're new, you can be good.
It might also not be that hard when you're as hard when you're a world-class athlete.
That could probably be a part of it
that
too.
That probably helps.
That could help.
Is he? We should have asked him. Is he hitting the ball 300 yards when he connects on it? Probably.
It would help. Yep. TJ Parker, Bills rookie, joining us there. Ed Oliver with a glowing review about the athleticism there and the job he's got. He might be asked to cover backs from time to time, but he mentioned it. It's about getting to the quarterback. This defense will be what? Judged on how many sacks they get in the regular season. If there's any stat you want them to lead in.
Oh, I'd love them to just have a hell-raising defensive line, and we get to a place where, honestly, get to a place where, look at the difference in coaching and what it can make. And Oliver talked about like freedom to maybe do more things on the defensive line. And not to say they'll be reckless, but maybe more reckless could be good for them. Like, is Greg Rousseau permitted to do certain things now that maybe he was discouraged from doing before? I don't know. Like, less worrying about lanes and going more all out for the quarterback. Like, I don't really know what that looks like in X's and O's and like pass rush moves and like where the guys are going, but I feel like I'd love to see end of the year that become a discussion because, hey, Rousseau and Oliver had their best seasons as Bills. And it was Jim Leonard unlocking that in them. Like that to me would be the number one thing that could happen. They've been chasing a defensive line that when you go to preview a matchup against the Bills, is the other team talking about your pass rush?
Not often.
I don't know that they ever have.
Yeah.
And if that could become a thing, that to me would be number one. I wonder if they can get that, though, without like a premier guy.
Well, the last couple
Can they do it with 5 good guys?
Yeah,
Because
isn't
I
that
like Sanders, or I like Walker, Oliver, Rousseau, and Chubb and Parker as like, those guys should be pretty good.
Isn't that what Seattle did?
Right.
A bunch of good guys.
They didn't really have like one, like they didn't have a Myles Garrett.
No, that's right. The Rams are going to try to do it with a bunch of good guys and with a Myles Garrett. And the Ravens are doing it with Trey Hendrickson, right?
Yep.
Premier good guy. Like, how many teams have that guy versus trying to do it without that guy? I think
The collective. Was Philly kind of that even a couple years
they
ago?
had Milton Williams and Josh Sweat, guys that are
They're good.
They're very good.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're thought about as like premier guys.
Right.
Right. Like, I have a list here. I was going to bring this up for trivia about double-digit sacks. Like TJ Parker, he had double-digit sacks 2 years ago at Clemson and not last year. But
Right, he had 5.
Right, double-digit sack guys. You can do this with any position, and I think it can often be a trap, but we'll do it here. Your double-digit sack guys, how often are they in the Super Bowl? Right? How often are the
Yeah, the top guys at getting sacks are actually going to make it all the way.
And let's do that right here. So, since 2000, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There have been 11 players to have 7 double-digit sack seasons since 2000.
Okay.
7 or more. Seasons with
7.
10 or more.
Okay, well, I know Garrett's on that list.
8.
And
He's done it
has
8 times.
Not made the Super Bowl.
Right. We'll get through this trivia quickly as you try to name them.
Yeah.
And then what I want you to think of is guys that you do not think of in the Super Bowl. Because Garrett's never been on a dog team, right? Who else you got here?
When's the starting year again?
2000.
It's like Strahan playing enough to get in there?
Nope. Michael Strahan is not.
Okay. What about
7 or more
TJ
double-digit sack seasons? No.
how about Dwight Freeney?
Yes. 7.
He made it.
Super Bowl. Yep.
Okay. Who are like the mid 2000s pass rushers that I want to be?
I think there's only one other guy on this list.
James Harrison?
No. Only one other guy on this list that's been to a Super Bowl, but I could be wrong about that. I'll give you the list here. The other guy that's been to a Super Bowl, Vaughn.
Right.
Rams and Broncos.
Is J.J. Watt on this list?
He is not.
Really? Okay.
Nope.
DeMarcus Ware?
Yes. 8.
Did he make a Super Bowl with Denver?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
So there's
he might have been at the very end, though.
Yes.
Not in the prime
It's
of his career.
Julius Peppers, 9.
Peppers.
Myles Garrett, DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, John Abraham, 8.
Okay.
Cam Jordan, Daniil Hunter, Chandler Jones, Vaughn, Terrell Suggs, and Freeney at 7.
Good for Daniil Hunter being on that list.
7 times.
And
Double-digit sacks.
yeah, none of those guys really are playing on perennial powers.
No. Now, that could be this. Here's a point about sacks versus, like, pressures. Right? If the Bills are the number 1 pressure-based defense and they're not the number 1 sack defense,
I'd take that.
you should take it.
You should take that.
Sacks are very much a who are you playing against stat. And like TJ says, like right there, like from sophomore year to junior year, he trained harder. Things didn't go his way. He's not going to make excuses. He doesn't have to make excuses. I'll make excuses for a defensive end that is chasing after Josh Allen versus chasing after Joe Burrow. It's a different job. And, the Bills this year, who do they play? Week 1, it's C.J. Stroud. I think you can get sacks against C.J. Stroud. You can get him down. Week 2, it's Jared Goff. You can get him down, too. He's not exactly all that mobile. Week 3, Herbert. Tougher. Week 4, Drake May. Week 5, Stafford. Like, the swings there are different. You get 12 pressures on May, you might get him down once, twice. You get 12 pressures on Stafford, well, the ball might be out. It might be different, right? Is the ball coming out quickly versus, does the scheme have a guy open? Does the guy evade pressure? And that's a ton of where, like, these guys that have all these double-digit sacks, you'd never say you didn't want one of them on your team. Of course you do. But, like I said, this is a trap. You can do it with no running back that's led the league in rushing has won the title. No receiver that's led the league in receiving has won a title until this year when, like, JSN did it. Sometimes you get to a Super Bowl winner and you start cutting them open. Here comes the autopsy. Well, they didn't have this and this and this and this, so you don't need those things. Like, well, you need as many good players as you can get. But the last couple seasons, it has been teams that don't have the premier guy are winning the Super Bowls. The Chiefs' premier guy is Chris Jones, right? Interior. The 49ers, who's there? They didn't win a Super Bowl. They've been there twice.
The Rams won with Aaron Donald.
Yep. Elite premier guy, and with Von Miller. And now the Rams are going back to that model again. Like, let's have Garrett.
Right.
So,
and they might get Donald back. Yeah, the Bills this year, they'll play. I'm looking at the list of sack percentage from last year, who took the most sacks in football last year. And I think out of, like, the top 10 guys, the Bills will play 3 of them. One of them, though, is Lamar. He was 3rd.
He got sacked a lot last year.
Didn't he get sacked a lot because he wasn't healthy and he couldn't outrun guys?
Maybe
I'm wrong. Maybe he'll get sacked more again this year. Herbert was 6th last year, and their line wasn't healthy, right? So should I expect him to be sacked as often? Like, I don't know. If they have their linemen back, Joe Alt and Slater, right, are the 2 that missed most of the year. Like, maybe he's not that gettable. May would be the guy, though, I would wonder about. Like, Drake May was 9th in sack percentage, and then he went to the playoffs, and I'm pretty sure he set the record. Didn't he, for getting sacked in the playoffs? I think he had the most sacks ever. So May might be one of these guys where I wonder how much that is him just having to do a lot, running around where he's being sacked 10% of the time. But that's 2 matchups this year, and he took a lot of sacks last year. So if he doesn't improve in that, and those are big division games, like that could be critical. Can you get him to the ground in both of those division games? Because last year you could get him, and I don't really remember the Bills doing it much in the 2 times they played him.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills defense. Training camp schedule, maybe today.
Yeah.
Maybe today. I just say that because now that minicamp's over, and they're going on the 29th, right? We know that. It's about to be, because of the calendar, a really short camp.
Yeah.
How long was camp last year? I guess I should look that up in Rochester.
3 weeks, I want to say. Maybe not 3 full weeks,
not like
but
21 days.
No. Like, maybe they started on like a Thursday and ended on like a Tuesday or something.
Yeah.
That feels right. I think we went out there 3 separate weeks.
Yeah, it's July 23rd
sure.
to August 7th is what it was. Like, that's a good solid 2.5 weeks.
Okay,
and
right.
This year, the way the calendar falls and, like, trying to figure out when, like, we know when the preseason game is, we kind of know when the blue and red will be. The Bills at training camp, if it was, it was probably, it's probably going to be shorter.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Is that the kind of thing you just throw out on a Friday? Like, sorry it's so short this year. Just the nature of the calendar.
Yeah.
But
they signed a 1-year deal with St. John Fisher? Are they doing the year-to-year thing still? I'll find that.
It's a good question. I mean, they have a brand new facility. How often are they going to want to practice?
That's what it was.
Or be near their new facility.
3-year extension.
Okay.
So they're there till 2020 through 2028. So yeah, like maybe it could be shorter. And maybe that becomes a trend. Like, we'll go there for a week and a half, 2 weeks, instead of almost a month, and then we've got our. I guess have their facilities really changed though if they're not using the stadium?
No, you're probably right. I mean, there's going to be stuff over there that they use.
Like, they might not cross the street until the blue and red game, I guess.
Battle of blue and red. Sell out. It'd be like a spring game, like a college spring game.
Yeah.
60,000 people there to watch.
I'm not even sure
drills.
people are going to be watching. I think they're just going to be hanging out in it's like an open house.
Yeah. You might be right.
That's what I mean, if I'm there, that's what I'll be doing. Just like walking around where people hanging out and seeing what helmet Josh Allen's wearing. And then that's, let me just check out the stadium.
Excited. The Buffalo Watch continues. Not getting a lot of pictures of flatbed trucks that are not the Buffalo. Not yet. Maybe
That's probably good because if you're driving
don't take a picture
down
of
the
a
thruway,
truck.
I probably don't want you taking pictures of the flatbed next to you. But if you have a passenger in the car, flatbed pictures.
Yeah. Let's have them. Send them our way. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The Knicks and the Spurs back to San Antonio. This is one where if the Spurs, I'm telling you right now, prepare yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA fixes its games crowd is 100% on this game is coming back for Game 6. They will not let it end in San Antonio. Right?
That is absolutely the take of that person.
Absolutely. There's no way they will let this series end yet.
Right. Because it would be a bit of a letdown if this series only won 5 games. And the money at stake, they're going to want to go back to the Garden.
That's the league that I think gets the most. Not just games are, fixed and they have their scandal, but they're massaging the series.
Because fouls are so...
Yeah, there's just a million of them.
There's so many of them, and they are so subjective.
Did you see the...
really... I mean, you can do it both ways. This is where, Knicks fans are just out of control with the ref complaining. When
their coach set the
Spurs,
table. The coach said that the discrepancy was so bad he'd never seen it before.
Right, and he was ignoring the first half where they had twice as many free throws. And, you'd think from the way it's being talked about that it's been the most one-sided officiating season of all time. And I don't know, the end of last game, you're not hearing a lot of discussion about how they called Castle out of bounds, and guess what the review said? Or what the replay showed? He wasn't out of bounds. How about the screenshot of Anunoby on that block on Fox hitting him square across the arm on the follow-through?
Right.
That's not getting talked about anyway. Why? Because it didn't happen to the Knicks. That's it.
Yeah.
That is making me want to root against the Knicks. Knicks fans constantly complaining about officiating for a week straight. You're up 3-1. That they're trained for that though, aren't they? They're trained to think everybody's out to get them because they've been terrible for 50 years.
Every fan base thinks the officials are out to get them. Right? Everyone.
This just feels like a magnified. It might just because there's more Knicks fans. Like we said about the hockey earlier. Why am I not hearing Golden Knights fans complaining about officiating? Just because they're not as engaging and active about it?
Possibly. Erling Haaland was at that game. Norway must be training close to Carolina. So
I think
Erling
so, yeah.
Haaland was at the Carolina game last night.
Yeah.
Wearing a Hurricanes jersey.
I don't like him.
Another reason to not like Carolina.
That is true.
It's another one. Anyway, 803-0550. Norway's got to play soon. We'll see. They've got some good players. But today, Qatar and Switzerland is the opening game.
Norway doesn't play till Tuesday.
All right. I'll be ready. I found, by the way, I forgot. I have a Netherlands jersey. Soccer. From 2010.
You have another? An orange one?
No. It's actually red, white, and blue. They had the colors of their flag.
Yeah.
They had their away jersey was red, white, and blue that year, and they also wear orange.
I was out somewhere and saw a Portugal jersey yesterday, and that looks good. But I didn't get it.
Was it the white one or the maroon one?
I don't even know. It didn't look official to me.
Okay.
It was in a place you would think it had to have the licensing, but it was it had the real crest, but it was like a white and blue.
That's the other one.
That's the other one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one's pretty sharp.
Yeah.
I did not get the white one. We were in Portugal when I got the Portugal jersey this year. Right. I did not get the white one for it. You will soon learn this. Why didn't I get the white one?
Because you'll spill things.
Because my kids will put their face on my shoulder, and it'll be ruined forever. That's it. You can't. You basically go through I don't even know, 10-year stretch now? 5 years in of don't buy anything white.
I'm already learning. I have not worn a white T-shirt, I think, since the baby was born.
I really wanted the white Portugal jersey. I'm like, well, it's not in the cards there.
Yeah.
Not now. Pick up a child, bam. Not even a spill. They just have things on them. It's on my shoulder. All right. So much for this jersey. So I got the maroon one instead. 803-0550 if you want to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Tortorella was very offended that he was asked after the game about if he thought about changing goaltenders.
Well, Carter Hart's given up four goals in every single game,
right.
Which, if we're doing a comparison, he would not have stayed in the lineup for the Sabres because Lindy made the change of Alex Lyon. Not really his fault, but that's a lot of goals. Switch.
Yeah, he got asked if he considered replacing Carter Hart with Aiden Hill. He said, "Oh, for Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard."
Wow, that's not that stupid a question.
That was Tortorella's. If you considered it,
yeah,
you could just say yes.
You could just say
no.
Sorry,
you could say no.
No, I've not considered it.
You could have considered it and still said no,
That
because how's anyone ever going to check you on it?
Yeah, that might be the fairest question ever. The guy has given up 4 goals in every single game, and no one's ever done that before. Have you thought about a change?
A better question is, hey, your goalie is all over the place, and he's, like, falling into the net. And like maybe Owen, if you notice I've noticed a couple plays where maybe they weren't even goals, and he's like turned weird, he's on the goal line. Like ask him that. Ask your coach that.
He's swimming in the net right now. He's totally lost. The first goal in game, not even last night, the other night, when he like whiffed on that poke check and it went right through him. Like that to me was, he's done. He looks like he's underwater. He can't figure it out.
Yeah, that's the question Tortorella should get. Your goalie's drowning. Do you think you're going to take him out?
Yeah, right.
He's like, no, if you considered changing your goalie, dumbest question I've ever
your
heard.
Team a life raft? What?
Right.
I think the only reason Aiden Hill isn't back in there is because Bruce Cassidy's not the coach anymore. Because Bruce Cassidy won a cup with that guy.
Yeah.
And John Tortorella loves Carter Hart because he had him in Philly. I think that's the only reason he's been this stuck on Hart. I think he likes him.
Yeah, Friedman said, before I saw this retweeted yesterday, where is it? Yeah, before the playoffs, I do think one of the reasons they hired John Tortorella was his familiarity with Carter Hart.
Exactly.
It's one of the reasons they hired him.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's not taking out Hart, even though he's having a horrendous series.
Maybe costing them the cup series.
They played well.
Yeah. Blowing it for them. They've been playing good hockey, and he's just bleeding goals.
He gave up a goal on their first scoring chance. Right. Scoring chances were 11-1, and it was 1-1. The first scoring chance that Carolina got went in the net, and then they kind of found their feet from there. Greg in the chat writes in, Brandon Hagel should win Conn Smythe. It makes as much sense as John Cooper winning Jack Adams. We do have another twist of the knife of John Cooper winning the Jack Adams. Another brick in the wall of how absurd it was that he won the Jack Adams, and that's Kucherov wins the MVP. The guy who had the Vezina winner and the MVP and finished second in the division. And it's like, best job of the year.
It is the only other team that had 3 guys win those 3 awards were the 77 Canadiens, and they had 132 points, 8 losses.
8 losses.
8 losses. That's the only other team that ever did that.
Man.
With 3 different people. I think Hasek actually qualifies for this. The 97 Sabres also did it. But it was one guy winning 2 awards.
Oh, right. Vezina and MVP.
Yeah. And then Nolan won Coach of the Year.
Sure.
But,
that can kind of make sense. If the only good player you have is the goalie,
he can
then
win both.
Yes. Because the coach doesn't coach the goalie. He coaches everybody else.
Right.
All right. He's going to make the saves. We got to find a way.
Right, exactly.
That's actually defendable, I think.
But to think that you had the Coach of the Year, the Vezina winner, and the Hart winner, you would think they were the greatest team that's ever existed. How would they not be?
Don't forget second Selke candidate, too. second place in the Selkie.
Right. Wow, we were close to.
They almost won the quad, as they call it in the
Give him everything.
English soccer.
Did they have a guy for the Masterton? I mean, anything. Let's create comeback player of the year and give them one of those awards. I mean, it is just getting worse.
Took Game 5 by a score of 4-2. They lead the series 3-2. They'll have a chance to hoist the cup on Sunday with puck drop set for 8 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR with pregame starting at 7:30. The NBA final continues tomorrow night. Tip-off set for 8:30. The Knicks can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. Again, tomorrow night, 8:30. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa. And South Korea beat Czechia. Tonight, USA will take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation, and they signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons. And around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with a knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. And Broncos coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix, who's dealing with the ankle injury, took some walkthrough reps yesterday. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Elliot Friedman, 32 Thoughts Podcast. Is it time to do our Sense of Talk segment where we
Think so.
use our crack graphics team, throw it up on the YouTube stream, and move Alex Tuck's skating body left and right out of Tuck, in Tuck? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I might want to argue for moving it in the.
Do you want to know one of the reasons I wanted to do it today? I heard this song yesterday just out in the wild organically, and I'm like, oh, we got to do in Tuck.
Yep.
Out of Tuck.
I almost want to move it to the right.
Do you think we're closer?
I'm getting. I'm starting to just fall into the none of this matters, and that he is just gonna sign at 11:50 at night on June 30th.
No.
Yeah.
Right. There's no benefit. If you're X number of dollars apart, there's no benefit for either side to say, how about in the middle until the very last minute?
Right.
Like, let's let more things develop. Let's see if we can feel some pressure one way or the other.
I don't think I would fully want to do that, though, because then that is me saying, I don't want to move it from the middle until June 30th. Mm-hmm. And now Sense of Talk becomes lame. I think that would be lame.
See, I'm starting to get to, I think the Pierre LeBrun report that Yarmo is going to have a tough time going to double digits. That's a line. That's a line in the sand. And if you won't go to double digits and some team will go to 11.2, that's a big gap. There's also income tax stuff. Like, let's say Florida.
Right.
Let's say Tampa. Let's say Dallas. Somebody wants to say, how about 11? Like 11 in Dallas versus 9.5 in Buffalo is more than just 1.5 take home.
Right. It's
And-
like 3.
Yeah, like I want to move the little skater body to the left.
Oh.
I think it's.
tug of war.
I think I'm fading it. I want him. Listen, in terms of the sentiment, I think that the general fan base is bracing for. Listen, it's been great, man, but that the playoff series against Montreal. I don't think anybody would say that's a determining factor, but that combined with what Helen Hughes has looked like and Ostlund has looked like, and all these names, all these players asking for trades, the group chat on Team USA, like it feels like it actually could be a summer of movement, and the GM and the belief that the GM will do something has led a lot of people to think door number 1 is Tuck. Door number 2 is the offseason we don't know about. And I think people are leaning to offseason number 2.
Yeah.
I'm here to defend Tuck as an idea without saying it's definitely the best idea.
Agreed. I think I've been the last 3 days
sliding left and right on the
I've
graphic.
been moving them around. Andrew Peters, who I've been on with 1 to 3 the last few days. We're not in today, but shame on you if you weren't listening. But he has been very much. There is a deal to be made. Like he thinks that at 9.5 or so, like that could happen.
Yeah.
And that like he wants to say like it I don't think it's over for him. And he's a guy that's around. So I might be with Joe a little bit and like I want to keep him on this. I want to bump him over maybe a half a click on the meter
To the middle?
A half a click to
you
the
guys just want to. By the way,
half a click is still slightly below the middle.
While
It is. It's the first tick towards the out
Sure.
of tuck side.
While we're looking at our graphic on the YouTube page, designed by our graphics team, I want to accuse you guys of just sitting on the fence. It actually looks like a fence.
It does look like a fence.
The Tuck meter looks like a fence. So Alex Tuck is on the fence.
The graphics
Which
team
technically
will
means
work on
you're
it.
also sitting on the fence. You're
True.
just trying to sit on
Just
a
Where on the
different
fence?
part of the
Where
fence.
on the fence are we sitting?
To what Joe said, also waiting until the last minute. That 8th year is up at 11:30 at night, right? The night up.
Yep.
So if he wants that 8th year, I mean, that's the last time that can happen. So if they wait till the last minute, I could see that too.
Another thing Friedman talked about yesterday is if the Sabres offered him, I think he maybe used that number, the $9.5 million number.
Okay.
You're talking $76 million total.
On an 8-year deal?
On an 8-year deal. For a team to match that in total value, they would have to get to 11.
Right.
Now, it sounds like maybe there is a team, at least one, that the Kraken could be it. Maybe there's another that would get to 11. So But that's a question. If there isn't a team willing to go to 11, then 9.5 might be the top offer in total value. But as you mentioned, there's more to it. There's taxes. There also is the signing bonus part of it, right? And the Sabres are not a signing bonus team. Tuck, his last contract had no bonus whatsoever. It was straight salary. And, okay, it could be that the money is even the same or that you actually would get a couple million more from Buffalo in total. But what if the Sabres don't want to offer you much of a signing bonus and some other team wants to make like half of it signing bonus?
Mm-hmm.
Does that appeal to him?
Right.
It appeals to most players in the league. Kyle Connor basically told the Jets, if you don't change that the way you do it, I'm leaving. And they changed it, and they gave him a giant signing bonus.
So we just had someone write in. What about Rasmus Anderson? He's a UFA. Anderson, Vegas. I just saw the latest, charty chart that says like, oh, he's this, and what was the caption / story of it? It was, well, as a free agent, there's a lot to like, but which water's wet. And any case about again signing a free agent to a contract that includes it might not work. Like that's what that's what this pool is. That's where you're going. I mean, it's what comparison works here? Probably none. I'm in Joe's World Cup pool. You want in? Yeah. It might not work out for you. Yeah, that's right. I understand. Right. I'm trying to win. I'm going to give you $25 to be in your pool, and it might not work out for me. If I don't want to spend that $25, I won't spend it.
When you pick Ghana in the second round, I think there's a likely chance of that.
It's a vibes pick, all right?
I mean,
Ghana overachieves. I like Ghana.
No perfect player is ever getting
There
free
aren't
agency.
perfect players, and there aren't perfect contracts.
Right.
And we're not playing contract. I know playing the contract game is a big part of this, but you have to accept that pretty much anybody you sign is an imperfect idea. So, I don't know.
Is Jordan Staal doing anything for you right now on the age thing, too? Because that's getting a lot of, hey, why am I worried about signing Tuck, who's 30? Jordan Staal has how many goals in the Stanley Cup final at 37?
Now, he's making significantly less, but
he might be on he's on a different contract.
He is on a different contract. Right before this contract, which he makes about $3 million a year, the contract before this was a 10-year deal that signed him through age 35.
Yeah.
And that was
10 year. So that was before they put the limit in.
Right. $6 million for 10 years. Like, oh, I don't know. Is that going to age poorly when he's 35? No, plot twist. 2 years later, he's going to win the Conn Smythe. You know?
Right. Right, he got to another contract.
And Pavelski, like, how long did he play for? A long time. Some guys make it to 36, 37. Mm-hmm. I don't know if Tuck will. I don't know if the Sabres think he'll break down.
Again, though, I don't even care.
Right.
Make it to 34. I'm good. If he stinks after that, but they won a bunch, and he was great in the first half of it, I'm good. I'll figure something out. Cap's going up. I'll move him to another team who needs salary. That is going to happen. All the insiders are saying it. There are teams worried that the cap is going up and they can't keep up. Design the contract so that, again, this is where a Vegas would do something like this. A Florida maybe would do something like this. A big money, big market team will do something like this. The Sabres, how much signing bonus can you put in the front? Are you even able to move that around where you can front load a contract? Or did they stop that?
You can do that, but the cap hit is the AAV no matter what.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is...
You can lock out, proof it.
If you've got these teams that don't want to... You're going to have a few of them that don't want to spend $130 million in players in 4 years. Well, okay, let me front load Tuck's contract as much as I'm allowed to do so that in 5 years, if he's no longer good, hey, Winnipeg... You don't want to spend this much money? Right. You don't have to pay this guy, and he's going to give you a cap hit to get to the salary floor.
Right. That's something that...
I don't know if... I think there were rules changed about that, so I want to look up how much you're able to.
There might be rules in terms of, like, what the percentage is, but you're not wrong. Like, if the cap hit could be 9 and the salary is 4, then, like, that's easy to trade.
Right. In the way that, like, remember the Shea Weber offer sheet, like, way back when, where the Flyers... front-loaded all the money because they thought the Predators couldn't afford to give him a check for like $50 million that day. And then the Predators owner had to go to a bank and get a loan so that he could get Shea Weber.
Right.
By the way, this is the Sabres with, yes, you're talking about some teams are more cash fluid than others.
Right.
Some owners are.
And I don't know
But
if the Sabres have ever
this is-
acted like this type of team.
That's right. This is the Sabres. The flip of this is that when the Sabres traded for Ben Bishop.
Yes.
Remember former Sabre great Ben
he
Bishop?
had no salary left.
No, his cap was
But
like
he had a cap
$5
hit.
million, and it cost like no money to have him on the team. It was
Right.
it was free eating of cap space.
Yeah.
It was a dark day that day,
That was
The Ben
that
Bishop
was
trade?
jacked up.
just because it was a signal that there was not going to be anything in the offseason of significance.
Was that before or after they traded for Johnny Boychuk?
After?
Because they also did that. Yeah. Was that it? Was it just those two?
I hope so.
They never got.
I can't remember.
The Coyotes used to do it with Datsuk and Pronger and Hossa and
Yeah.
a lot of those guys. Yeah, like if you could be that team, that's another way to say, hey, we're going to make this commitment and we're going to design it so that if we need to get out 5 years from now, we're going to be fine to do that. Looks like you can't do more than half. The 2020 CBA, maybe not. I'll read about it in the break. I think you might still be able to do it.
We'll get a break in. I also want to get you a little bit of latest on maybe Diggs and something to think about for that thing. Where do we put Tuck? Would you move him left or right in our sense of Tuck?
I think we tried to move him right, and you tried to move him
that's-
left,
if
so
you
he
got-
maybe ended up in the same
No,
place.
if that's
there were
two
two of us trying to move him right.
to the right, then move him one spot to the right.
half a tick.
Half a tick.
Two steps forward, one step back.
Love
Still trending out of Tuck though, is what we're still on.
Yes.
803-0550 to join us on WGR.
Tortorella was very offended that he was asked after the game about if he thought about changing goaltenders.
Well, Carter Hart's given up four goals in every single game,
Right.
which, if we're doing a comparison, he would not have stayed in the lineup for the Sabres because Lindy made the change of Alex Lyon. Not really his fault, but that's a lot of goals. Switch.
Yeah, he got asked if he considered replacing Carter Hart with Aiden Hill. He said, "Oh, for Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard."
Wow, that's not that stupid a
That
question.
that was Tortorella's. If you considered it,
yeah.
you could just say yes.
You could just say
or
no.
Sorry, you could say no.
No, I've
You
not
could've-
considered it.
You could have considered it and still said no.
That
because how's anyone ever going to check you on it?
Yeah, that might be the fairest question ever. The guy has given up 4 goals in every single game, and no one's ever
Right.
done that before. Have you thought about a change?
A better question is, hey, your goalie is all over the place, and he's like falling into the net, and like maybe Owen, if you notice, I've noticed a couple plays where maybe they weren't even goals, and he's like turned weird,
He's
on the goal line. Like, ask him that. Ask your coach that.
Swimming in the net right now. He's totally lost. The first goal in game, not even last night, the other night, when he like whiffed on that poke check and it went right through him, like that to me was, oh, he's done. He looks like he's underwater. He can't figure it out.
Yeah, that's the question Tortorella should get. Your goalie's drowning. Do you think you're going to take him out?
Yeah, right.
He's like, no, if you considered changing your
Have you
goalie,
considered
dumbest question I've
throwing
ever
your
heard.
team a life raft? What?
Right.
I think the only reason Aiden Hill isn't back in there is because Bruce Cassidy's not the coach anymore. Because Bruce Cassidy won a cup with that guy.
Yeah.
And John Tortorella loves Carter Hart because he had him in Philly. I think that's the only reason he's been this stuck on Hart. I think he likes him.
Yeah, Friedman said before I saw this retweeted yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, before the playoffs, I do think one of the reasons they hired John Tortorella was his familiarity with Carter Hart.
Exactly.
It's one of the reasons they hired him.
Okay.
So yeah, he's not taking out Hart, even though he's having a horrendous series.
Maybe costing them the cup.
Yeah.
Series.
They played
he's
well.
blowing it for them. They've been playing good hockey, and he's just bleeding goals.
He gave up a goal on their first scoring chance.
Right.
Scoring chances were 11-1, and it was 1-1. The first scoring chance that Carolina got went in the net, and then they kind of found their feet from there.
Alan talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never mind the best.
There are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. Like, he would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description. And what, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl? Like,
no.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long, and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible. And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s, especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's, I think, for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters.
Right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year. Very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the two teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but $80 today. Little wind coming through in different spots. So be aware of that.
All right.
Yeah, gusts to 30 right now. And later today up 27. So and gusty out there.
There was a point I opened my weather app yesterday in the middle of the day, and the real feel said 98. I think it had to be a mistake.
I was going to say, were you in Buffalo?
I think so. It was like 87, real feel 98. I went and like outside. It's not 98 degrees.
It was humid until it kind of broke. Jeremy and Joe, we'll get more of your calls in here. Final hour. The Parlay Kings are going to ride again. Got a packed weekend. Owen Parker is so ready to kill this parlay. He's got the bag. The bag's back. The Parlay Killer bag returns. The paper bag. Hang with us for the final hour here on WGR. Jordan Stahl scores again.
Yeah.
And the Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights. Jordan Stahl for Conn Smythe is a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because what if you don't do that much on the score sheet on the way to the Cup final, and then in the Cup final you just score all of the goals? Are you not the most valuable player?
I think that guy wins the Conn Smythe.
I do too.
I think especially
they
because
switch goalies.
You know, again, here at the NHL Awards, let's play the game of the voters. Like, what are they going to be influenced by? He's doing all of it in front of them, like right at the end. Like, what have you done for me lately? That's going to be sitting in their minds. They're going to vote for him. Didn't O'Reilly kind of do something similar when he won the Conn Smythe?
He was
like, I don't remember him going into the finals as the favorite.
He was a huge long shot going into the finals.
Yeah,
and then won the Conn Smythe
because I'm assuming he had a big finals. And he scored like 4 goals or something.
I think it's going to be Jordan Stahl if they win this series. He might. Does he have to score one more? Or has he already done it? He's got 6 goals in this series.
Yeah, like he might be good.
How else do you win it?
I also yesterday made a point with Andrew about, like, look at the lines he's playing against. They are doing nothing.
Yeah.
Anybody he plays against is a ghost, and he's just dominating. So I said yesterday I think he's going to win the Conn Smythe.
37-year-old Jordan Stahl. Not bad.
The Hurricanes took Game 5 by a score of 4-2. They lead the series 3-2. They have a chance to hoist the cup on Sunday with puck drop set for 8 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR with pregame set for 7:30. The NBA Final continues tomorrow night. Tip-off set for 8:30. The Knicks can slam the door as well as they lead the series 3-1. Again, tomorrow night, 8:30. The World Cup got underway yesterday. Mexico beat South Africa, and South Korea beat Czechia. Tonight, the U.S. takes on Paraguay at 9 o'clock. The Bills, they waived cornerback Dorian Strong with a non-football injury designation, and they signed wide receiver Devin Tompkins, formerly of the Falcons. And around the NFL, Broncos coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix, dealing with an ankle injury, took some walkthrough reps yesterday. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that the Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, are leaning into the possibility that he plays in Week 1 against the Broncos. And NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Panthers agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Coker on a 3-year, $35 million extension. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
OG Anunoby. The debate today on Get Up this morning, they're asking, is it one of the best plays in finals history? Is it one of the greatest plays in NBA finals history? And my thought on that quickly is they have to win the series.
They have to win the series.
That's right. Right? They have to win the series. You lose the series, we know of lots of great plays of all time, and if you lose, the play gets wiped away. Like the David Tyree catch in the Giants-Patriots Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If the Patriots win that game, like Tyree was a cool catch, but it doesn't live the same way that it does.
Right.
The Seahawks-Patriots Super Bowl, the play that gets the Seahawks down the field for the Marshawn Lynch should have been a 1-yard touchdown is that Jermaine Kearse. Unbelievable, crazy, goofy catch. I mean, we remember it, but
the Edelman catch against Atlanta doesn't get remembered if they don't win that game.
Yeah,
if they lose a coin toss, you lose in overtime.
You've got to win the game. You've got to win the series, right? Briere scores in overtime in Game 6 here, and 06-07 they lose Game 7. Like it's lost to history. Mm-hmm. So it might be one of the best plays in finals history, but they got to win. LeBron's chase down block. If they lose that game, and lose Game 7, then what? It's a cool play. It's just you have to win. And every team that has been up 3-1 in the finals, except for Golden State, has won and closed it out. It's the only team, right, to not close it out up 3-1.
They're the only ones, I think, still. I
don't
think anybody's done it since.
I think it's 73-1 in the last 74 series.
Yeah.
So, anyway, got to win the series, which, I mean,
they probably will.
To do.
They're very favored to do it.
Have you seen what the ticket price is, the secondary market for Game 6 at the Garden?
No.
We already had Game 3 and 4.
Insane.
Yeah, it's already been insane. But now, how many Knicks fans might sneaky root for them to lose so they can watch them win at home? The cheapest seat in the building, 420 row 7, is $11,000 at the Garden. The cheapest seat in the building.
$11,000.
$11,000.
Wow.
And I should look up.
I mean,
Spurs Knicks because the one that's going to be Game 5, because not only is it San Antonio, it's much cheaper, but also I bet the price is driven up by Knicks fans hoping to see a win there. Because the cheapest ticket at San Antonio for tomorrow's Game 5 is $1,200. 1/10 the price.
Right.
But I bet that's high because of Knicks fans.
Probably. Also, how many Knicks fans have their tickets up on the site in the first place? I'm wondering about the Sabres thing. Remember?
Like how many are listed?
The tickets for Sabre playoff games were through the roof on the secondary market, in part because there were like no tickets on the secondary market.
Yeah.
Because Sabre fans weren't selling them. Like, are Knicks fans, is it a couple hundred that are saying, I'll post this in the event that somebody wants to pay me an insane amount, because guess what? I've been a season ticket holder, and it's going to be to win the title in a Game 6. I'm not selling that ticket. I'm going to the game unless you pay me, $20 grand for 2 tickets.
I don't think that's what that is.
There are tickets available?
I'll find out. I don't know that StubHub.
Because that's like how I would do it. Like if I were a Knicks fan and I had season tickets and Game 6 was coming up, like, all right, I'm going to that game. I'm planning on going to that game. If you want to give me for 2 tickets $30,000 to not go, okay, fine. I'll post them. But I'm going to the game. That could be people.
So the one website that I saw for this that was better than others at telling me how many tickets are available was TickPick.
Okay.
Like you've got your StubHubs and
Yep.
Game Time, all that. But TickPick, when we were doing this with the Sabres and the Canadians, I was tracking on TickPick to see how many might be for sale. And you could see, well, there's been an influx of tickets that hit the market. And I'll do my best to see if I can find out about the Knicks game for Game 6. Knicks Spurs, Game 6. How many tickets are available? It looks like 2,850 tickets are available. All right. The average price, $27,000.
The average price.
Average price is $27,000.
Nobody left in Game 5 or Game 4.
Well, all right.
Maybe in part because of how much money was on.
That's what I thought. During
Yeah.
the game, I can't help but think, is they're down 20 points in the third quarter, 29 points. Like, man, imagine spending $25,000 on this game.
Yeah.
I think you would wait. You would
have
sit
to.
there.
Because
I spent a lot of money for
because
this seat.
You can't be. Does this person exist? Somebody that spent $20 grand on that game
And then left.
and left early and missed that?
The worst investment of your life.
I couldn't imagine the feeling. So, right, Larry David is still there. Jerry Seinfeld is still there. All the celebrities are still there. And it seemed like everybody in the crowd was still there. Oh, can we find one person, though, that left early after spending an insane amount of money? Because that would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't leave that game. No matter what the score is. They also stayed like 20 minutes after the game ended. Even more, maybe.
Kyle writes in, on the need to win the series point, does Kawhi's shot have the same impact? Kawhi Leonard. That was against the Sixers?
In the second round.
Yes.
Game 7 of the second round.
Does it have the same impact if they lose to Milwaukee or Golden State? No.
No, but I think that would be remembered. You remember series winners in sports.
Yes, but it's even.
But it's more.
It's
for
a bigger
sure.
deal. Yeah.
No, but if that had come into Game 6 and they lost the series, then no one would remember.
That's right. Right. The Pominville goal wins the series.
Right.
So
if Ottawa had won one of the previous games and then won the series, nobody would remember the Pominville goal.
Yeah, you get game winners. A good example of this is Tyler Ennis's overtime winner in Philly. They lose the series.
Yeah.
We remember the goal, but it doesn't really stack up as an all-time goal.
Right.
Being at home helps. Have you seen? Man, I'm so all over the ESPN thing here about their crowd mics. We saw this in hockey, and now with the NBA. I saw so many videos of that Anunoby putback where the crowd is deafening, and on the ESPN broadcast, it sounds like it's just like a Tuesday in May. There's no atmosphere on the ESPN broadcast. So
That's a recent thing.
it really is.
I've never watched a finals and thought that before.
No, it's very weird.
And hockey seemed like there must have been a decision made. We need to turn down the crowd, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. But we were not crazy. We noticed it in the Sabres series, and it definitely happened there. I don't know what the benefit would be because we can't hear Mike Breen well enough. We hear him fine.
Yeah.
It's about the moment.
803-0550 our number. World Cup rolls on today. Team USA 9 o'clock tonight. You do anything for this game? Is there a push?
It's late enough that I
had a friend say you got anything going on for the game? What's the plan here? And I thought, yeah, I don't know.
Well, let's see. It might work out in my benefit because the game is starting right around
9 o'clock
about when the baby goes to bed.
That's
so
right. It's
that actually does help me in this instance.
It is in a good window. I think 9 o'clock's a good window for us too.
If it was 7 o'clock, I'd have no shot.
You'd miss a lot of the game.
Or 9, there's a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I went out for multiple games in the last World Cup, and people were out. local soccer bar, like it was filled. People were there for it. Everyone disappointed as they lost the Netherlands.
I mean, it's a Friday at 9 o'clock, so you might be out and go out and have a beverage and find the games on and kind of get pulled in.
Right.
If you're a casual.
I don't know if I ever remember watching a night game out of the World Cup, and maybe because the last time they would have played one, I would have been too young. Was South Africa, like when they played Algeria, was that at night? It was at night in South Africa, so actually it wouldn't have been.
No,
here, right?
when they played Algeria, when Landon Donovan scores that goal, that's an afternoon.
That's an afternoon.
It's
game.
an afternoon game. I remember where I am. I'm at Crazy Jake's, whatever the old place.
That?
It's on Elmwood.
Oh,
was it something Jake's? Papa Jake's, Crazy Jake's.
that's not the Mexican restaurant you watch Game 7 against Carolina.
That's Cozumel.
Oh, okay. I remember watching them play Belgium and Portugal in the middle of the day.
Yep.
At a friend's house.
Yep. We had a party for Belgium and for Portugal for sure. I remember the Portugal game more than I do the Belgium game.
Night games. I mean, actually, you know why you wouldn't have night games? Because it hasn't been in North America.
Or
it was
Asia.
it was in Brazil, wasn't it?
Yes.
They hosted in 2014.
Yes.
Or 2018, and the U.S. wasn't there. Right?
They didn't go to Brazil.
Yeah, that's why. They would have played night games that year, but they didn't make it because they lost to Trinidad's backups on a high school field.
The year they didn't make it is Russia.
Oh, okay.
So
that doesn't check out.
Yeah. In Brazil.
So how did they not play night games when they were in Brazil?
Brazil was Portugal, Germany, and Ghana. Same timeline. Same time zones. I don't know.
I remember those being during the day.
Yeah. Same.
All right, I'm going to go out for this game tonight.
There you go.
Yeah.
803-0550. All right. Quickly on Stefan Diggs.
Yeah, what's going on with Diggs? Anything
Nothing new. There's no new social media.
Are we sure? Should I check first to make sure?
I haven't seen any. He does.
I've checked his enough recently, and I don't go on Instagram that often, that the first thing now in my Instagram when I pop up is Diggs having a story.
Your algorithm has changed.
It's just Diggs content.
Well, he has the same agent as Josh Palmer. So,
okay.
I guess the question I would ask would be like, what's the likelihood that the GM and the agent have talked about anything? Right? Palmer's injury, how's he doing? GMs and agents, they talk. They talk a lot. And I just wonder if it might have come up. Like, hey, oh, by the way.
Yeah.
And how would it be met? I think from
how it would be met is really interesting.
It honestly, I think it might be. Here's what I'm getting at. I think that the story maybe coming out of the building over there is as, I don't know, conflicted might be the wrong way to say it, but I think it's absolutely will not happen, and I think there are people in that building that think it absolutely will not happen, and if you think but then there are people that think that too. I don't think it's a unified never, ever, ever over there. So,
but if it's not unified, even if you were somebody that were okay with it, you would know that this could split people. Many are totally fine with him, love him, and would enjoy having him back. And if there is a segment anywhere in the building, in any department, whether it's players or above that, that would be like, absolutely not, I don't want it. If that's the case, I feel like you can't do it. Or you wouldn't want to do it, even if you were in the camp of, I'd love to have him back.
Do you want to know the one thing I thought yesterday about Diggs posting those highlights online? Because he posted like his own Bills highlights. And you just retweeted Scott Barrett on Diggs.
Yes.
And his EPA per route run.
Yes.
The last 2 seasons when he's been shot.
Yeah. Per route run in the last 2 seasons, the only 3 receivers better in the league are Puka, St. Brown, and McLaurin.
Yeah, so he's 4th in the league in EPA per route run.
He's above JSN by like 2/100ths.
Sure.
But he's basically JSN in that stat the last 2 seasons.
Right. Which again, he's shot. The thing I wondered, and this is again, I am of the camp that thinks no, never, won't. When, let's say Josh is online, Josh got the baby, he's up, baby's napping, and scroll the phone, scroll the Instagram. What does Josh think when he sees those highlights of him and Diggs? What does he think about that? Like, that's a good throw. Oh, good catch.
Yep.
Like, You know, those.
Look how open he is.
Just
where are the defenders?
I think again,
could be a
0-0-0 no, but
yeah.
I don't know that we've said that yet. Like, oh, here he's posting them here, this and this, and they're whatever. They've gotten 2 new receivers on the team. Their group is probably better prepared to not need an upgrade in the season than the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think, you know, from a personality standpoint, from a need standpoint, from a skill set standpoint, like all those things are no. Of course, like if Josh wanted it, he'd get it. Isn't that how Beasley comes back? He gets a guy he gets a rapport with. And how does Gabe Davis come back? Like,
are we sure he gets everything he asks for, though? He can get a lot of things he asks for, but what about everything?
Yes.
Would they not come back to him and say, where do you want him to play in the offense?
I think he gets, everything is a catch-all. I think he gets what he wants.
You think if he said, I want Diggs back, he'd be on the team? Like 100%.
Yeah.
No other. Also, there's the timing of it, right? Because there was legal stuff going on this offseason with Diggs, and he could have liked the idea in February, in March, and you wouldn't have done it in March because he's in the middle of a trial.
I agree. Like, so many reasons it won't happen, in my opinion. But on the idea that Josh gets what he wants, either they just coincidentally keep doing things that he likes, or they like to say that whatever they did, he also liked.
And I think some of that has to be true also.
Like,
there have to be things they do.
He liked Keon Coleman. He wanted Coleman. Like, okay, they drafted Coleman.
Yeah.
You know, did he want Kincaid? Like, okay, he signed off on Kincaid. He wanted Joe Brady. Like, okay, well, Joe Brady's back here, right? Like, there's a lot of that. So,
but like part of Josh's thing is he will never rock the boat. He will never say the thing that will rock the boat. So anytime they do anything, he's going to come off as supportive of it. And I'm not saying that would make it so that every instance of this is, well, this was something Josh wanted. But because you definitely, like when they brought Beasley and Brown back, like there's no hiding from that. Like that's very clear. Like what did your quarterback wanted the dudes he was familiar with back because things weren't going well on the offense. But like, does DJ Moore have to be a thing Josh Allen wanted? Because after the fact, he talks about how much he loves it. I'm not sure. Right, like sometimes when quarterbacks age, it does become more of a thing, doesn't it? Because they have experiences. Like Rodgers, this was the case.
That's right.
Brady, like
Rodgers got Allen Lazard wherever he wanted.
Like you can't hide from it.
Brady got
Antonio
obvious. Brown because he wanted it.
And that's where I would say like Beasley and Brown fit that description. Like,
and there's another one.
You can't hide like that. That's obvious. That's about the quarterback.
I had this on the tip of my tongue and then just blazed right past it. Connor McGovern.
Right, that one McGovern.
That was this offseason. Like,
yeah,
he said nothing's happened. Phone call on the team.
Right.
So I don't know. It's a fair question. We can't really know all of their process. He probably doesn't get everything he wants. No. But he's got a seat at the table. I mean, he was in on the coach interviews. It's a good indication that what'd you think of that guy?
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
You know who I saw today in a video come up was Grant Udinsky. Our guy Grant Udinsky.
Thought of that name.
The Jaguars behind the scenes video of drafting that tight end that they took in the second round.
Yeah.
That everyone crushed them for because he was supposed to be a 5th round grade.
Yeah.
What he was saying about this tight end and you know, who knows? Like
Nate Boerker, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nate Borkircher. James Gladstone, quote, "Let's shock the world." Grant Udinsky, he's changing the offense. And Liam Cohen, I did have a dream of him. Those are the things they said about
Isn't this guy a blocking tight end?
Borkircher.
Isn't he a blocking tight end? I'm pretty sure.
People say Jackson Halls would have gone in the second round this year. Because that is the trend. The trend is let's get bigger. We want to get big on the field. You match bigger, and then we throw to the best receiver on the field. That's the Rams model is a lot of that. They do a lot of tight ends, the Rams, and then they throw to the best receiver.
Right. Yeah, he is a guy that in college.
It's an oversimplification of it, but whatever.
His career high. Here we go. He played 5 years of college football, and he had 400 career yards. His career high was his final season, where he had 19 catches for 198 yards. Yeah, like they drafted Jackson Hawes in the second round. I think is why they got crushed for it. Which, what if the Bills had done that and Jackson Hawes had the season he did? Would that come off as a win? It'd be sold. They'd try to sell it as one. Blocking tight end that high.
Yep.
You know, think about that Diggs Allen thing. Like, how would he
How would he look at those
highlights? I thought about LeBron and Kyrie when you said that, because that relationship was tense at the end in Cleveland, and Irving wanted to leave, and he did, and both have talked about since how much they regret it. That they regret, like, and they tried to play again together. Like, more from Irving, I think. Just like personality things and not running in the same circles, and like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And then like 2-3 years later, it's like I regret that I did that.
Yeah.
So like, would Allen? But that's the thing. Wouldn't it have to come from Allen?
Yes.
Like Allen would have to feel different about it than maybe he would have 2 years ago. And how likely is that? Probably not that likely, which is why nobody expects it to happen.
Sean Payton got a big 5-year extension with the Broncos.
See the comment he made about the interception, the Brandon Cooks
No.
non-catch? He said something along the lines of, when I'm old and gray and can't remember anything, let me find the exact quote. He'll remember that interception. When he's eating, I think that the word applesauce was used somewhere in there.
Okay.
Here it is. There will be a day you'll come visit me. I'll be having applesauce and won't remember your name, but I will remember that play. Jaquan McMillan.
It's a memorable play. Without it,
so much could be different.
yeah, the Bills would have gone
So
to
much could be
Foxborough
different.
and maybe gone to the Super Bowl. And
Maybe not fire their head coach.
how do they match up against the Seahawks? I mean, is there a big Lombardi trophy in this room?
In this room?
Yeah, like do we have like a did we print one out?
Sorry, not the Lombardi
Not
trophy.
the Lombardi.
A
But
Lombardi
yeah,
trophy.
Yeah, just like a big,
yeah. Big inflatable.
just sitting right here.
I mean, we really could fit like a, what would you say that ceiling is up on the side here? 20 feet?
Yeah. No, it's not 20 feet. That's like 12.
12 feet? Yeah?
That's like a Lombardi trophy size space for an inflatable. Just
I mean, we could just do it anyway.
feel like we haven't earned it.
Could we put up
People would be mad.
if we put up a Lombardi trophy in here?
Yeah.
And then a cup in the other corner? People will get mad at that?
Eyes on the prize. And then when you're ranting, you could be like, if you ever want to win one of these.
Didn't Chris Drury show up in Buffalo one day and said, where are all the pictures of the Stanley Cup?
He did. And they put one up.
They hadn't won the cup. That's like what we'd be doing. Like, this is the goal. We're not saying we won this thing. Maybe there'll be a giant inflatable Super Bowl in here on Monday.
Things would be different if that's ruled a catch.
Would the largest rubber duck be holding a Lombardi trophy if it rolled in here?
We could get a giant rubber duck in here, too.
The giant rubber duck is coming July 4th.
It is.
On the 4th of July? Nice.
Like the 3rd, I think.
4th, 5th, yeah, that weekend.
Nice. The train is gone.
I saw the video
I
of it
looked
leaving.
yesterday because I was in the area. I'm like, oh, we should go see that. Gone.
It's got plans. It's busy.
Makes sense. Had to get going.
Yep.
I think it's in Pennsylvania now. East Pennsylvania.
Lancaster. They should have that train bring the Buffaloes in.
That would be incredible.
That's what they should have done.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to break in. Parlay Kings are going to ride. It's usually our football bit for the most part, but there's a lot of football on this week, different kind. So between that, the Cup final, and the NBA final as well, finals, I'll throw together a little 4-team saucy parlay from the Parlay Kings coming up.
Alan talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never mind the best.
There are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. Like, he would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description. And what, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl? Like,
no.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing. I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long, and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible. And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s, especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's, I think, for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters.
Right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year. Very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the two teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but
Tortorella was very offended that he was asked after the game about if he thought about changing goaltenders.
Well, Carter Hart's given up four goals in every single game, which, if we're doing a comparison, he would not have stayed in the lineup for the Sabres because Lindy made the change of Alex Lyon. Not really his fault, but that's a lot of goals. Switch.
Yeah, he got asked if he considered replacing Carter Hart with Aiden Hill. He said, "Oh, for Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard."
Wow, that's not that stupid a question.
That was Tortorella's. If you considered it.
Yeah.
You could just say yes.
You could just say
no.
Sorry,
you could say no.
No, I've not considered it.
You could have considered it and still said no
because
how's anyone ever going to check you on it?
Yeah, that might be the fairest question ever. The guy has given up 4 goals in every single game, and no one's ever done that before. Have you thought about a change?
A better question is, hey, your goalie is all over the place, and he's like falling into the net, and like maybe Owen, if you notice I've noticed a couple plays where maybe they weren't even goals, and he's like turned weird. He's on the goal line, ask him that. Ask your coach that.
He's swimming in the net right now. He's totally lost. The first goal in game, not even last night, the other night, when he whiffed on that poke check and it went right through him, that to me was, he's done. He looks like he's underwater. He can't figure it out.
Yeah, that's the question Tortorella should get. Your goalie's drowning. Do you think you're going to take him out?
Yeah, right.
If you considered changing your goalie, dumbest question I've ever
your
heard.
Team a life raft? What?
Right.
I think the only reason Aiden Hill isn't back in there is because Bruce Cassidy's not the coach anymore. Because Bruce Cassidy won a cup with that guy.
Yeah.
And John Tortorella loves Carter Hart because he had him in Philly. I think that's the only reason he's been this stuck on Hart. I think he likes him.
Yeah, Friedman said before I saw this retweeted yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, before the playoffs, I do think one of the reasons they hired John Tortorella was his familiarity with Carter Hart.
Exactly.
It's one of the reasons they hired him.
Okay.
So yeah, he's not taking out Hart, even though he's having a horrendous series.
Maybe costing them the cup.
Yeah,
series.
They played well,
blowing it for them. They've been playing good hockey, and he's just bleeding goals.
He gave up a goal on their first scoring chance. Right. Scoring chances were 11-1, and it was 1-1. The first scoring chance that Carolina got went in the net, and then they kind of found their feet from there. World Cup is underway. We're on to day 2. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Mexico wins the first game. They beat a twice red-carded South African team, and then South Korea beats Czechia in the nightcap. Today, 3 games, including Team USA. They'll play Paraguay, and joining us on the Western Hotline is Odyssey Soccer Insider Jamie Watson. Today's Insider Calls are presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. Find what you need to get projects done from brands you trust and prices you'll love. Lowe's, we help, you save. Jamie, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy U.S. Game Day.
Oh, it's the best day of them all, fellas. Jeremy, Joe, thank you so much for having me on. Cannot wait to talk all things World Cup with you guys today.
Yeah, day 1, 2 games. I don't know if you got anything out of that. Like, did it get the juices flowing for the tournament getting started?
You know it did, man. Watching the opening ceremonies, look, we got the start of what I like to call the greatest month every 4 years. Now it's been stretched out to 39 days with the addition of some new teams now to go from 32 to 48. So it's an expanded tournament. We're finding out in real time what that means. But early on, Mexico, they looked good. They took care of business. And to be quite honest, it was an absolute spectacle kicking off the World Cup. And it just gets me more and more excited for today with both the other 2 hosts, Canada and the United States, starting their World Cup run.
Jamie, before we get to the U.S. and their opener, college football expanded its playoff, and we got blowouts in the early rounds. And I know that on the broadcast they were kind of talking about that, like Mexico, South Africa, and South Korea, Czechia. Like, do you think we will see maybe some more crooked scores based on teams that are a little bit lower qualifying?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable question, right? And on paper, it should go that way. But I think until we actually see it happen, then we give the teams that have earned the right to be there. Nobody just gets given, apart from the host, an opportunity to join the World Cup. Whoever hosts it automatically gets in, doesn't have to qualify. Everybody else has to navigate the qualification. Are some qualifications, quote unquote, easier or quote unquote more difficult? Absolutely. Is there definitely some lower ranked teams in this tournament than we've seen before? Without a doubt. But also, we could, in the same sense, be seeing blowouts and lopsided scores in the group stage, but we could also see some of the biggest upsets in the World Cup. So I don't want it to be guilty until proven innocent with that mentality. I can understand why that thought process is there, but this could also end up being the tournament that we say this was the greatest tournament ever because we saw the most amount of upsets. So I think we'll have to reserve the judgment until we kind of see these first couple of games where some lower ranked teams that have gotten in that generally haven't gotten in until they get an opportunity to compete on the biggest stage.
Yeah, and I wonder the U.S. is part in that because it kind of looks like on paper that the expanded tournament could have helped them with the groups a little bit more spread out and who's in your group and what your path is to do something in the knockout rounds. Do you feel that way, that the way that it all got set up, the draw, and now where we're at, that it sets up nicely for the U.S.?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that because of the fact that we have just in about a little over a calendar year, we've played all 3 of these teams that are in the group. So with Paraguay, who will kick off later against, and I say we, I'm not playing in the game, but that is the United States, my team that I'm rooting for. The United States, they were able to beat Paraguay 2-1 back in November. So they've just played each other. There's that familiarity. In the next game, you start thinking about Australia for the United States. The United States, they played them in October. The United States won 2-1. The one team that could cause the United States problems in the group stage, and I think could actually set up to have a decent run if they're able to get through, is Turkey. U.S. is ranked 17th in the world. Turkey is 22. So there's not much disparity in the rankings on paper. But these 2 teams met on June 7th of last year, and Turkey actually won. That was a matchup in which the United States went up early. Turkey immediately on the road came back, got 2 goals, and they are the team that could cause some problems. But that's the 3rd match of the group. That's in a couple weeks. That could set up for a real exciting finish to this group. But bottom line is, Jeremy, Joe, United States, they need to show that we're beyond the stage of thinking about, we just need to get out of the group. This is a group that needs to be getting out of the group, winning the round of 32, and then we get to that round of 16, which is kind of that barometer they're at right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like with the expanded field, it goes from jumping into a round of 16 to the round of 32, and a win there would be a great feeling, of course. But it almost feels like that's, as you mentioned that, Jamie, that's like a must for this group.
Yes, totally agree. And I think when you get to the one question I get from everybody that's asking about the World Cup is what's a reasonable expectation for the United States? Well, this is a time in which the United States has the opportunity, if they can win and do it in a way that's exciting and fun to watch, you can get a whole new massive groups of a fan base if you can do well in the World Cup and you can do it in an entertaining way, not just be boring and sit back and scrape by and everyone goes, yeah, you won, but that sucked to watch. No, we need this group to be exciting to watch. Then if they win that round of 32, they're right at what I would say is the point of success, right? You would say, okay, the round of 16, they met the standard. And if they go beyond it, now you're on house money. Now you're in the final 8. You quantify it as a big success. Anything less than that round of 16 matchup and a good performance, a competitive performance, is not a success. And I think it's very clearly at that point. But why not have expectations for bigger? You're on home soil. That should make the difference of the tipping point when there's really fine margins, because everybody at the round of 16 is good in the World Cup.
Jamie Watson, 12-year pro soccer player, current broadcaster, TNT, Apple TV, joining us on the Western Hotline is one of our Odyssey insiders. Jamie, for this team, you said play an exciting style. Is this a more exciting version of Team USA this go-around?
I think so. I think that's a fair assessment to that, because you've got guys like Christian Pulisic who can score goals. He can create. He's playing over in Europe. Flo Balogun, who, by the way, I think when it's all said and done, I think the player who plays in Monaco, Flo Balogun, number 20 for the United States, I think he'll be the leading scorer for the United States. I think he will be the player that makes the biggest leap on the world stage to the rest of the world. U.S. soccer fans know Flo Balogun is a dangerous goal scorer, and he's a really top-class European forward. Or a player playing in Europe, But when I say Flo Balogun, I think we finally have a number 9 that can score goals. And then you got Weston McKennie, who's been really doing well in Juventus in Italy for a long time, who's kind of played like underneath. So we actually have some excitement, some free-flowing, creative players. We got to be able to put it together. We got to be able to get the end product. And so this first game tonight, I cannot understate how important it is. I don't want to say it's a must-win because they can lose and still get through. Let's be realistic about it. But you've got to win. If you're not beating Paraguay, the 41st team, on home soil on the opening day of the World Cup, that's really going to kill the momentum for this group, and it's going to stifle a lot of that momentum for the fan base as far as excitement for the rest of the World Cup.
What level of worry, or I guess how confident should fans be in the goalkeeper situation?
Yeah, great question. For a long time, United States, if we didn't have a position that we were dominant in anywhere in the field as far as the world standard, except for the goalkeeper. Well, this year, it's like the exact opposite. It's like we've got some players that we can say, right, like Pulisic, he plays in Europe at Milan, and he's done incredible. And I just mentioned McKennie, right, at Juventus, top team in Italy. Goalkeeper, it's like Matt Freese plays at New York City FC. Matt Turner plays in New England. Chris Brady plays in Chicago. You could say all three of them are good enough to start, but like it's, you don't feel confident. You don't feel like, yeah, we've got the guy. Next question. It could be a bad performance, and then you're wondering, does Mauricio Pochettino think about Matt Turner? I think that's a bit far-fetched. I think he's going to stick with one goalkeeper, but the fact that we're asking that question the day of the first game of the World Cup goes to show you that you're spot on asking that question. There is far less certainty with the United States men's national goalkeeper situation heading into the World Cup than we've seen in quite some time, than what we're seeing heading into this World Cup.
Jamie Watson joining us on the Western Hotline. Our Odyssey Insider Calls presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. All right, Jamie, you want to give us a final score tonight? Is it going to be mission accomplished tonight for the U.S.?
I believe so. I'm going to say I think the United States get it done. I'm going to say confidently 3-0.
All right.
And as you say confidently and go, that doesn't sound very confident.
That's all right.
3-0. I want it to be exciting. I want it to be fun and entertaining. And I hope everyone watching has a great time. And it just starts the World Cup off for the United States on a good run of form here.
Maybe chippy too, right? You've seen, I mean,
got
maybe
spicy
fans have
last
seen
time.
the
Ugly?
might be. I don't know if I call it a brawl, but there was a dust up at least in November.
Great memory. Yeah, the longer this game stays 0-0, the more panic and pressure starts to set up for the United States. That's good for Paraguay, bad for the U.S. An early goal for the U.S. causes Paraguay to come out, and I think that leads to a second and a third for the U.S.
Very good. Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Jamie Watson, our Odyssey insider here ahead of the U.S. game with Paraguay. And again, insider calls presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. A soccer team that needs to score early to take the pressure off. I lived 5 months of that in the Premier League this year. Relentless. But they did it.
Yes, you did.
They did it. All right.
Also, kind of he hinted at there. Could we have goalie rotation conversations? Who you go with? And I mean, are they going to rotate as a plan? Even
I would go with UPL tonight. That's what I would do. UPL. Get him in the net. He's bigger, right? Get him in net.
yes, yeah, I think I would. That net, I want UPL.
Fun question.
Lion in that net. I
Fun
don't know.
question. Who would struggle more, a soccer goalie in a hockey net or a hockey goalie in a soccer net? It's a big net. I know you're over here. I know you're gonna say like, "Come on, guys, it's a big net."
But all you got to do is dive.
Whoa.
All you got to do is dive.
Come on.
Are you serious?
We need
Yes.
the goalie wars. We need a soccer goalie.
We do.
Bring it
We
on.
do.
I'll rumble with a soccer
Tweet
goalie.
it from
Let's
the
go.
WGR account. All you got to do is dive.
All you got to do
Clip
is
it.
dive.
Wow.
I'll eat that.
The disrespect.
Put skates on, fellas. Give it a shot.
Jeez.
You're not going to get from the bench to the net.
To his credit, I will say that soccer goalies never play hockey. I would think mostly, whereas like hockey players play soccer before every single game.
It's true.
Fair.
I was a pretty good sewer ball
Like
player.
UPL probably has dabbled, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. The Euros love it.
Yeah. I bet UPL would make a good soccer goalie.
Does anybody? I can't believe
6'5",
By the way,
he's athletic.
You're right.
That's what I just
you
said.
would be good at that.
I can't believe no one has done this. By the way, no NFL content creator did a mock NFL World Cup with 32 teams.
Oh, someone must have done it.
You just take all the divisions.
And if they haven't done it yet.
Who would advance out of the group stage? Buffalo and New England, and the crossover is the AFC North. So that's Buffalo against the two over there, Cincinnati and Baltimore against New England. No one's done that yet. Hey, NFL.com. Someone, I'm not going to spend the time.
I looked up NFL World Cup, and NFL players make World Cup predictions has made it out as a.
You could just do a whole mock tournament.
Hold on, we have an old article from one of the previous World Cups, which is NFL.com, a World Cup team built with NFL players. But this is 10 years old.
Oh, come on. 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Goalkeeper J.J. Watt, for instance.
Whoa.
Yeah, like this is the type of content that they did do. They haven't done it this time.
When we get back, the Parlay Kings ride, we'll give you a 3-4 pick parlay on the ride of the weekend here on WGR.
Alan talking to Tyler Dunn about how I don't want to be remembered as the best that never got to one. Right?
Never mind the best.
There are only 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that in Canton that didn't make the Super Bowl out of however many quarterbacks that there are. That's it. Just Fouts, Moon, and Jurgensen. Like he would join that list.
It's been a generation.
Right. There's nobody recent that fits that description. And what, they're going to keep Josh Allen out of the Hall of Fame if the Bills didn't make the Super Bowl? Like,
no.
Not that he sounds like I don't want to be a part of that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And of course he wouldn't. Like, I think it would be embarrassing. I think they would feel embarrassed by that. You had this all-time quarterback for that long and it never happened. I still, though, to go back to the question from earlier, like I still feel confident that they will get there. They have to at some point. They've been too consistently good. Their division still is like half terrible, And honestly, the team that was in their way the most, I don't know how afraid I'm supposed to be of the Chiefs right now. So I'm pretty confident that they will do it at some point. But every year that goes by that they don't, like stats like that just give me a little bit more and more and more nervous. Now that Allen's in his 30s, especially.
We all like their chances this year, right? As good as any year.
I mean, they're the AFC favorite. They deserve to be the AFC favorite. I think.
Would we say their chances are as good as any year, not as any other team? That's, I think, for sure. But their chances this year are as good as any other year. They've gone through big changes.
What was their best? Well, do you feel like they had a better team at some point? They've had better. We've been more trustworthy of how good their defense would be going into certain seasons.
They've had better teams. Maybe we'll see how good this team is. They've had better rosters.
Right.
They've had seasons where the AFC looked very gettable. That was last year. Very gettable. And this year, what is it? We don't know how gettable the AFC is. I tend to think that both Cincinnati and LA, those are the two teams that I'm kind of buying on right now. The Chiefs, I've seen plenty of chatter that we should expect them to be back because they lost so many close one-score games. So I don't know that the AFC is going to be down again. It feels like it might bounce back in a big way, but we're trying to put together a four-way parlay in the break. Like, all right, what are we looking at? And Joe Kelly's like, I got a two-legger myself. What?
On our parlay.
It's impossible to find.
Can't even find the bet.
It is impossible. I found it.
It's Nathan Peterman calling his own number on a Hail Mary, running the ball.
Head first.
What? We just want one leg. No, here's a two-legger.
Right,
Okay.
we all
Take
just
this.
ran to the end zone for the Hail Mary. We turned around. He's took off.
He's running.
Peterman's trying to hurdle a guy.
Yeah. I'm finding it now. We'll get there.
Well, you finding it's not the us finding it
Right.
is the tougher part.
Give us a link. I'll go first.
Go
Give me
ahead.
just a Svechnikov goal on Sunday night.
Svechnikov?
Yes.
All right. NHL, Svechnikov, anytime goal.
How easy was that?
Boom, plus 230.
All right.
Owens on the Svechnikov anytime. A weekend parlay cross-sport extravaganza.
All right, I'm gonna go Balogun to score for the U.S.
Ooh.
Plus 240.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to find another one because I now cannot locate this. but I had
can't
it.
even find your own
I'm,
bet.
I'm looking at it right now. It's in the bet
It's
slip.
vanished. I'm not sure it ever existed.
I think it's made up.
Okay. I'll
NBA
go.
Finals.
I'm going to go. Carl Anthony Towns, we're going to look at here.
Okay.
We're going to go rebounds.
Wow.
We're going to go 13 plus for Carl Anthony Towns.
Plus
Okay.
one. All right.
Plus 146.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Jeez.
I saw a breakdown
I
of
forgot Alt Joe here, who used to just flat bet Puka 12 catches.
Yeah.
Is on 13 rebounds.
I will say plus
this-
146. So far, his leg is the most likely of the legs.
Yeah,
True.
the Spurs better miss a lot of shots. All right, to me, this is the biggest. This is gonna be the biggest payday I've ever had if we actually hit this, which we definitely won't.
We might. You got college baseball this week. You got PGA.
Fine. I'm doing it. RBC Canada.
Wow.
Let's really go here.
Let's rock.
Ready? This is a fantastic four-way parlay.
What am I about to hear? What's happening?
Tommy Fleetwood,
Winner?
outright winner.
Wow.
He's plus 1,700.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Where is he on the leaderboard? What was his round one? Are we blindly picking him, not knowing what round one was?
Sure, he's Tommy Fleetwood. He's in the mix.
It's not even letting
He's
me put it
3
in.
under, 5 back.
Great, perfect.
It's letting me do it.
That is 10 to win 9,000 for the four
Sweet.
for the offseason.
Wait a minute. I might have to get to the
Ah,
app you're
I found the
using.
original bet in game
Oh,
lines.
okay. Well,
I
too
don't
late.
want
Too late.
We gotta go. It's over.
Not
10
interested.
to win 9,000. I
Yeah.
have 10 to win 4,900. So we haven't been
Oh,
different
man.
apps right now. Could it possibly be that different, though?
This is a
Balogun goal, Svechnikov goal, 13 plus rebounds for Cat, and then
Tommy
Fleetwood to win.
Yep.
All right, I got to find whatever app you're on.
I know what app you're on.
Okay.
I thought you were going to take Mackenzie Hughes because he's wearing a Bills logo.
He is.
Which
All right.
he's only allowed to do at that tournament?
Yes.
That's weird.
All right, we're out of here. We're back Monday. Enjoy the weekend. Go USA.